get set for this beautiful racing action at Aqueduct Racetrack here in South Ozone Park, New York. It's all coming your way. 9 races on the card. The sun is out, and we are ready to get things underway on this wonderful 9-race card. Chris Griffin here in the host seat, joined by Sarah L. Bodwee. Happy to see you. Welcome. Let's get it started, right?
I know, this is going to be fun. I'm excited that we get the opportunity to work together. You're in the hot seat or the host seat today, and I get to be in my comfy analyst position here, but I'm excited. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Looking forward to the wagerers out there to join us for all the great racing action. Let's take a look at today's races that we've got here on FS2 for America's Day at the Races, again, brought to you by America's Best Racing. And taking a look at the card, 9 races, Belmont at the Big A. Race 2 is going to kick off that start of the 50-cent early pick 4. Track conditions, fast and firm, always a good thing. And race number 5, we've got the start of the late pick 5. That's going to start in today's 5th race. And of course, featured event this afternoon. Race number 8, we got John Hettinger. That stakes race will be coming your way as well. Today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As we get set for the racing action, right up against it here as we start to get into the first. And we're going to take a look at the field for the first. We've got an entry at 10-1. But a favorite in the 3 Cumberland Blues. What'd you think?
Well, he makes some sense. I mean, he's first off the claim for Rick Dutrow, probably why favoritism is shifting his way. He's got a little early speed as well.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at a post-parade here. This is on tape delay, so make sure you get involved in the wagering action. But we're going to take a look at the field here as they do come onto the track again, fast and firm. Talk about the one, Burt, Burt, Burt.
He was just in over his head last time at Saratoga. He's facing a much more field that's more to his liking, and here as he gets back in with his friends, but probably needs a little bit more.
Stablemate's going to be the 1A, Cheeky Tico.
Yeah, blinkers come off, a horse that has shown some early speed, but can stalk as well.
Number 2, we got Brooklyn Diamonds, Jose Lascano.
He had such a trip last time at Saratoga, braking slowly, able to just get there.
There's your favorite, the 3 Cumberland Blues.
And I do like when this horse is more forwardly placed in here. Joel Rosario has ridden him before and been more aggressive with him.
Big price on the 4, Prince of Joy, 45-1.
Yeah, he would be a bit of a surprise. He's made 27 starts without breaking out of this level.
Taking a look at the 5, that's Union Lights, Dylan Davis.
Another horse where blinkers are coming off when he's shown some early speed in the past as well.
And the 6, that's King of Chaos, Flavien Prat will be aboard.
You know, he's a new face to this group. I really wish that I could make a case for him as he makes some changes in here, but probably just not good enough.
7 is Blue Grotto.
He has those races to go back to. We just haven't seen them in a while, and I kind of question what sort of form he's in at the moment.
That is the field here for the opener race number 1. Don't forget about that sign-up bonus. Head on over to Naira Bets. You can join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to that $200 deposit match bonus. You can sign up with the promo code MATCH200, and you can earn up to that $200 deposit match after your first deposit. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. And we're getting set to join Acacia Clement, who's down in the paddock, and she's going to be ready to talk. Well, this is a different kind of experience for me, Acacia, but throwing it down here, your trackside. Talk about this field coming up here for the opener.
Yeah, Chris, usually I'm throwing up to you, so kind of fun and great to have you on the desk today. And as you mentioned, it's a beautiful afternoon here in South Ozone Park. But we'll talk about your current favorite Cumberland Blues. First off, the claim for Rick Dutrow. And this is a horse that sometimes my complaint with him is that he can not carry his weight great from race to race, that he can start to look a little drawn up, a little light behind the saddle, and sometimes he can look a little bit dull in the preliminaries. None of that was the case with him today. He's actually strengthened up a little bit. Now making his first start for the Dutrow barn. Went to the lead last time out and faded to a distant 3rd. And Invisible War was a horse that just got in good form at the right level up in Saratoga. I appreciated how bright and alert this horse was back in the paddock, and I think he's the logical favorite. He was dappled out from head to toe. And the horses that were the 2 shortest prices on the board were the ones that looked best back in the paddock as well, and that does include the 2 Brooklyn Diamonds, as Sarah mentioned. Had a tough trip last time out, kind of broke out, then bumped his neighbor and then tripped at the start and just was a little bit late switching leads, closing just up in time, and I thought was a very valiant effort. Now is stepping up to the next level and here to the non-winners of 3 condition, but he looks terrific just as he did last time as far as his condition and his overall health. And he got an aggressive solo warm-up from Jose Lascano last time out. He rode him, or I should say today, as he rode him last time out. He knows that this horse broke slowly, and I like when I see a rider give a horse a big warm-up to kind of get that blood flowing, get them going, and get their energy moving forward, and hopefully propel them to a better break from the gate, especially especially as he has the rail yet again. To the outside, the 7 Blue Grotto. Can he run back to some of those big races that we've seen? He was actually a late scratch back in Saratoga on August 3rd after the warm-up, and he's a horse that he kind of extends out. He doesn't pick his feet up much in the warm-up, and he had a contained solo warm-up today. Seemed to be moving fine out there. But just an interesting note, I had written down back in August when he was that late scratch, Rudy had actually put blinkers back on him, and he comes in without blinkers today. So just an intriguing note that it seems like they're kind of searching, fooling around with equipment, trying to figure out what works best with this horse. And like I said, seems to be moving fine out there today. I just wonder if we're going to see him get to run back to some of those good races that he has. They were quite a while ago now, Chris.
Thank you very much, Acacia. We are going to quickly take a look at that September 1st effort, talking about the number 2 Brooklyn Diamonds, who both you and Acacia like, and taking a look at that victory. It was at the $16,000 a 2 lifetime race, correct?
Yeah, and generally I don't want to take a horse at a short price that is jumping up in conditions and trying to get their non-winners of 3 in their second start. But with how competitive Saratoga is, this was actually a tougher field that he was facing in there than he's going to be in against today. He just was able to run down a horse in Deputy Connect who was dropping in class. Surprised pretty much everybody, including track announcer Frank Miramati, that he was able to get the win in this spot. And I know that he's a little bit devoid of early speed, but as Acacia mentioned, he didn't break that sharply, and if you go all the way back to his second start, he can be a little bit more forwardly placed. So I like what she mentioned about the aggressive warm-up today.
You do see Brooklyn Diamonds is going into the gate right now. Acacia likes the 2. You like the 2. You like the price of 2 to 1?
I mean, you don't love 2 to 1 ever, but I do like that he's not the current favorite, and I get why there is some sort of gravitation to a horse that is first off the claim for Rick Dutrow, who does have a little bit more early speed.
Gorgeous, gorgeous Friday afternoon, and we're going to throw it up to a wonderful human being. John Imbrial is going to bring you the rest of the load and the race. To kick things off here on this Friday, Belmont at the Big A, claiming race 14,000 non-3, lifetime going 1 mile. Here's John Imbrial.
There in the gate. Rider briefly off number 7 Blue Grotto, now back on. And they're off. King of Chaos shows first. Prince of Joy now moving up as they move up the chute. And Cheeky Tico is right there. So it is King of Chaos and Cheeky Tico 1-2. Prince of Joy down towards the rail as Brooklyn Diamonds advances on the outside. And now it's 5 lengths back to Union Lights, who is racing in 5th. Another 7 lengths to Bert. And then we come back to Cumberland Blues. This field is really stretched out here, and way back in the field is Blue Grotto. Up front, it's King of Chaos, who leads here by 1.25 lengths. The quarter went in 23-2. Brooklyn Diamonds runs in second. Cheeky Tico is down at the rail, and on the outside is Union Lights into the turn. King of Chaos by 1 length. Brooklyn Diamonds now getting closer in second through a half and 47-1. Union Lights on the move and up into third. Cheeky Tico is back in fourth. And then comes Prince of Joy, and farther back it's Bert. They move for the head of the stretch. Brooklyn Diamonds right alongside of King Chaos as they head for home now. And it is Brooklyn Diamonds who grabs the lead. King of Chaos down at the rail in second. Union Lights is all out in third. It is Brooklyn Diamonds getting away now. Brooklyn Diamonds opening up here through the stretch. Brooklyn Diamonds by 6. Brooklyn Diamonds now by 7 lengths. No doubt about a winner here. Brooklyn Diamonds and Jose Lizcano. Union Lights was second, very close for third between Cheeky Tico and King of Chaos.
No doubt about your winner. Easy start today. Gets well clear. At the quarter pole, Sarah, you had to be very confident in the number 2 for trainer Linda Rice.
Well, I'm just glad that he got a more aggressive warm-up today because he certainly needed it, as a lot of horses that, at least on paper, looked as though they were going to show some early speed in here didn't end up working out that way in this race. And at least you can always rely on a rider in Flavien Prat to go when he has the option to do so, which he gave a great ride to King of Chaos, who had not shown really this kind of race on dirt in the past recently. It was the right move for him and the right move for Brooklyn Diamonds to be more forward, sitting just off of that pace. And if he didn't win from there, he wasn't going to win a spot like this. But a couple horses didn't really run their race today, I would say.
You always hate to use that line, never an anxious moment, but you know, when you're just kind of cruise control there on the backstretch and you're ranging up like that, you see Brooklyn Diamonds again, kind of wanders around a little bit, maybe just kind of looking around. Lezcano keeps him to his task, but again, once he got to the top of the lane, it was pretty much who's going to run second, who rounds out the exacta.
Right, and of course, we talked about this all throughout the Saratoga meet, how trainer Linda Rice was spotting her horses so effectively. She's continuing to do so. It's why she's had so much success overall, and I just like that they weren't overly ambitious with him. This is where he can be successful.
Yeah, she's been just dominant all season long. There is Brooklyn Diamonds. We'll see what happens from a claiming standpoint, too. A $14,000 claiming race. We'll find out if the tag was in. We're going to come back with more with America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Races, or America's Best Racing. Right back.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Welcome back. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Taking a look at your winner in the opener, race number 1, Jose Lezcano. Linda Rice teaming up once again, the 4-year-old gelded son by Uncle Mo. Got it done, Brooklyn Diamonds.
Yes, he did. Very confident ride and more forwardly placed. It all ended up working out for him.
All right, let's take a look at those prices in the opener. Did take some late action there. Was at 2-1 for a while. Came down to 9-5. Didn't go off favored, but 5-9 on your winner. You're taking a look at the exacta for $1. That 2-5. Union Lights did run up into a clear second. You get $15 return on the $1. Let's throw it down to Acacia Clement. She's got trainer Linda Rice in the winner's circle.
Starting off the day on a good foot, Chris, as Brooklyn Diamonds, Linda, much better start for this horse today, too. It seemed like Jose was really adamant on making sure that he got out of the gate well with that strong warm-up.
Yes, and I didn't love the one post, you know, when this horse drew in. And he had a difficult time at Saratoga with the mile chute, and he broke awkwardly, and then he got bumped, and then he stumbled, and it was an eventful trip. But today was much smoother. Jose did a great job of getting him out of the one hole, and he ran terrific today.
It has to be nice after a trouble trip when you have one without trauma, like he did today.
Yes, I was very pleased with that. So.
Coming up a little bit later on as we battle the wind down here in the John Hettinger, you're taking over Runaway Rumor from a tremendous family for Larry Goichman. What have you seen from this horse who will make her first start for you?
You know, I haven't had her that long, but she's a lovely little filly, and she's raced very well for the Goichmans for several years. Jorge Abreu had her. He did terrific with her. She ran well for Horatio. I'm just hoping she'll run well for me today, too.
Well, we look forward to seeing her. And Linda, we've seen you with 5 straight NYRA titles. It's been fun to watch and a tremendous accomplishment. Going for another one here, Belmont at the Big A?
You know, we'll see how it unfolds. That would be nice, but, you know, racing is pretty unpredictable.
Amen to that. Well, congratulations on another win.
Thank you.
Good way to start the day for the Rice Barn, and we'll see what happens in that stake a little bit later on as they take over Runaway Rumor, Chris.
Thank you very much, Acacia. And there's one more look again at Brooklyn Diamonds for trainer Linda Rice, as she is going to have one scratched actually in the second race coming up in the 6th, who was a pretty significant one when you talk about Talkin' Pharaoh, but is still going to have the 7 Jester song as we take a look at that field going 6 furlongs.
I guess you get the other Linda Rice in this spot, so still going to be represented coming up into this second race. This is a horse that was against the flow of the racetrack last time out. He spent a lot of time on a rail that was not the place to be.
All right, you've been taking a look at that second race as well, and now favoritism does go to the number 2 and Rock the Weekend, Javier Castellano. He's been doing some fantastic work all season. We've got a nice stakes race coming up a little bit later on for the New York bred. So let's take a look at the field for the John Hettinger Stakes. That's going to be a nice race a little bit later on. Some scratches, right, towards the outside, but it's now still a field of 6. What do you think there early on taking a look at the Hettinger?
I think it's a fun race. I think there's a couple of different directions you could go in with some good horses, and I think that the main opinion to have in here is whether or not you believe that New Guinea is going to run back to the race that she ran in the Yaddo handicap, because this was a giant performance from her. Now, she did get some pace to close into that day, but this is a race that was 10 Beyer speed figure points better than her previous turf race, which she had done well in as well. I don't love to take horses at short prices, Chris, that are doing something that we haven't necessarily seen from them in the past, and you have to think that she needs to replicate this performance to be as successful as she is here, because this is a pretty salty group.
Very, very dominant performance as I'm watching and taking a look at what was happening there. But yes, I mean, you do make some really great points that, I don't know, winning, drawing off like that by 3, though, she's going to have to come back a little bit, don't you think, to be able to, you know, be tackled in this race?
I mean, that's what I'm hoping, at least. And I also think that the pace setup might be a little bit more friendly to what Love looks like, who did have to take some legitimate pressure here, was against the overall flow of the race in terms of how the pace played out. And I think that you can also make the argument that Spongy proves to improve coming in second off of a layoff now as well.
Yeah, Dylan Davis has had a really nice touch here with New Guinea, and he takes, you know, he's been aboard, he's been doing some really nice work at that 9-5. What Love looks like, too, down towards the inside, Flavien Prat. That's another one where you take a look at that field and has an opportunity to make a big run. But 2 scratches in there in the Hettinger, but still a nice race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sweetie, who was kind of a wild card coming in for Gary Siaka, is not going to play today, and she has really improved lately. She's also more lightly raced, but she will not be in today. Otherwise, you're still looking at a pretty decent field in there, and it'll be exciting to watch. Yeah, when we do come back here, we're going to take a look at trainer Chad Brown. We're going to be taking a look at him as he does go for his record 6th Noble Damsel Stakes. So that'll all be coming up right here on America's Day at the Races when we come back.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
As they head to the
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Adelphi Racing Club offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
There's Evie Jets, who's ready to pounce up on the outside. Evie Jets puts a nose in front. Porque Nose trying to come back to the inside. Messidor with a late rally, and Plum Ali is running out of time as they approach the 16th pole. Evie Jets, Plum Ali is lifting to the outside of Messidor. It's Evie Jets who's 2 lengths in front. Evie Jets sprints to the line. It's going to be Evie Jets and the Noble Damsel.
Taking a look at Evie Jets, that was the 2022 Noble Damsel. Was a big win there, and you did see, you know, some horses chasing in that race, but that was a nice addition of the Noble Damsel. And the Noble Damsel promises to be a pretty exciting race, as we will come back with that. And Fluffy Socks is going to be probably a big choice in that race with some others. But as Chad Brown goes for that record 6th Noble Damsel, the weather is something to contend with as well, so that might play into still Chad Brown's favor, though, if it does move to the main track. So that does become a little bit of a story with some of that weather that could be in the forecast or is in the forecast for tomorrow. But when you take a look at those Noble Damsel wins back in 2020, Viadera, significant form in 2019. How many of those efforts do you remember that winning in 5 straight years just was on a roll?
I mean, of course you remember Uni, because I feel like she's really the one that stands out within that group. But, you know, he has this race over a barrel most of the time, and I think that he could end up doing so in this year's edition, whether or not we have it on the grass or off the turf, because everybody's really paying attention to what kind of weather we're likely to get over this weekend, including all of our trainers and connections as well.
You do see the number 7 in Gerrymander. Jose Ortiz will be aboard currently at 9 to 5 on that morning line, and because if the race does come off the turf, moves to the main track, should play right into Gerrymander's hands.
I don't disagree with you. However, wasn't this the race that should have played right into Gerrymander's hands? Truly, if there was going to be one that she should have been the most successful in, it should have been this day when Movie Moxie was able to run her down. And Gerrymander's awards that she's talented, she's consistent, but she's consistently not necessarily a winning type. And Movie Moxie is, for the Linda Rice Barn, a horse that's been ultra consistent, and she's had a little bit of a freshening after a pretty solid campaign since this race. So she should be coming in fresh to this spot if we are off the turf, and it certainly looks like it will be that way.
Other contenders that will be in the Noble Damsel, trying to take that down, taking a look at Venti Valentine, who's going to be one of the contenders as well. And what did you think of Venti Valentine?
This is a horse that I've always really liked quite a bit, and she has some races to go back to, particularly early on in her 3-year-old season, that would make her a serious player in this spot, and able to get the win last time out against State Breds and sort of resurface that form that she had shown in the past. The problem with this race is that the number that she earned for it in terms of Beyer speed figure is not particularly high. She only got a 79 for this effort, and while I've tried to sort of make excuses for her in the past in terms of distance or course configuration, I think that you have to acknowledge by now that there is a little bit of an element of randomness in when she will not show up and run her race.
All right, we'll see what happens with Venti Valentine. Take a look at that Johnstone Mile there on that replay, and then we're going to be taking a look at another horse that should benefit if the race is moved to to the main track, and that's going to be Balpool, and we're going to take a look at the run and the memories of Silver back in April. Horse that I do remember quite a bit calling this horse, but Balpool, talk about this effort, and that's over the slot.
Yeah, it's nice to know that the horse can handle a track that looks like this, because that's likely the kind of conditions that she's going to be getting on Saturday. This was a decent effort. At the same time, though, I feel as though she was sort of fortunate that her main rival in this race, Downtown Mischief, for the Linda Rice Barn as well, is a horse that really did not relish this stretch out in mile distance. Still ran a pretty good effort, but Balpool, you can tell, handled the off-going and just comes in with some much-needed class relief after 2 tries against Graded Stakes Company.
Yeah, some really, really nice horses to contend in the Noble Damsel. We'll see if Chad Brown can get that 6th career victor in the Noble Damsel, and we'll see what happens with the weather, because obviously sometimes the weather does become a bit of a question in some of these events, but if it does stay on the turf, that's fantastic. You can never guess the weather. I've stopped trying to guess the weather,
We
Sarah,
just guess horses, not the weather.
Exactly.
Right?
Much easier. Let's take a look at this weekend's Aqueduct Stakes schedule here at Belmont at the Big A. We've got the John Hettinger, of course, that's going to be today. The Noble Damsel we just spoke about, the Grade 3. The Ashley T. Cole is also for the New York Breds. That's tomorrow. And then on Sunday, taking a look at the Bertram F. Bongard for New York Breds and the Gimma for the New York Breds. So just a lot of great stakes racing action coming up this weekend. See it right here on America's Day at the Races. Make sure you guys check it out and join us. Taking a look at the field here for today's second race that'll be coming up, as we've got the scratch of the 6 Talkin' Pharaoh. Jester Song does stay in, of course, and is down to, looks like 3-2, so it's taking significant action. Rock the weekends in there, and let's send it down to Acacia Clement to talk more about today's second.
And we'll get to the Linda Rice runner in a moment. But we'll first take a look at a couple of new claims, starting things off with the 2 Rock the Weekend, who has been popular at the claim box and been in pretty good form, kind of going through his conditions. Now, this is a horse that I have seen always get really kind of revved up and hot in the paddock. So what I'm seeing from him today, very normal and very much in character. But he looks great coming in, making his first start for Rick Dutrow. Last time out, Manny Franco kind of took a hold of him, and it seemed like it took him a few strides to settle. And he could just be a high energy, maybe a little bit more of an opinionated type of horse. And maybe he is a little bit tricky to get him to relax and settle both in the preliminaries and in the running of the race. Like I said, he usually gets hot. Even when he won, making his first start in Saratoga coming up from South Florida, I liked him. It's just didn't know if that was in character for him, and now we've realized that it is. We'll see if he could build off of that distant 3rd place finish last time out. 2nd place finisher of that race, Our Country, came back to win next time out, albeit getting back onto the turf with an 82 Beyer speed figure. The number 3 Cup is first off the claim for Carlos David. Now, he popped open the front of the gate when there was another horse next to him acting up really badly, and it was kind of like a chain reaction. I often say about horses at the gate, especially young horses, but really anybody, they're like Christmas lights. One goes out and they all go out, and it can be that chain reaction, and I think that's unfortunately what happened with this guy at the starting gate last time out. And when they pop open the front of the gate, even if they don't run anywhere, it does take a lot of energy away, and while he was up close pressing, he just flattened to finish 4th, and I really think that there's an opportunity for him to have an improved effort today. And as all of Carlos's horses do, so well turned out in the paddock, and he looks tremendous as he has all along. Always a well turned out individual. The number 7 Jester Song, though, he takes a big drop in class from Starter Allowance Company Implementation, who beat him last time. Came back to win his next start on the turf, but has now won 4 races in a row. And this horse had the inside post, was off slow, kind of a similar type of horse that we saw from Brooklyn Diamonds last race, as Linda Rice will look to sweep the early double. And Jester Strong, though, here has the benefit of being drawn outside, and we'll see if he can get out of the gate a little bit better. Once again, kind of a chain reaction. Others were acting up badly, and he seemed to be distracted, leaping up, and was last early. So needs to get out of the gate better, but certainly, Chris, the class drops should help.
Thank you very much, Acacia. As we get set for today's second race, let's go right to the post parade here. There is the one on the come up, Trevor McCarthy, a big number, 13-1.
This is a horse that has some good early speed from the rail. He's just had some trouble sustaining it.
There's the 2 Javier Castellano aboard for Rock the Weekend.
First off the claim for Rick Dutrow does come in from that off the turf race. As Acacia mentioned, he won both his starts prior to that.
The 3 is going to be Cup at 2-1, Luis Rivera Jr.
I think Acacia makes a great point about how this horse was just unsettled and didn't really run his race last time. I expect a better effort today.
Manny Franco's been on fire. He'll be aboard the 4 High Strike.
It's a horse that comes in from Finger Lakes with a win. He does have some early speed as well.
There's the 5 Charger, Isaac Castillo. Big number.
Yeah, big price going out for Rudy Rodriguez. Would surprise a little bit, third last time out.
Scratch of the 6, but Linda Rice has got just her song, currently 8-5.
Taking all the money, a very strong favorite in the doubles right now as well. And he does exit a race where the rail, not necessarily the place that you want it to be that day. This is a very short price, though, on him.
Always need good information as you get set for some of the racing action here on America's Day at the races. So where can we get that? You can follow along to get all those stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. You can visit NYRA.com/TV schedule, download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. You can never have too much information, Sarah.
Oh, that's the truth.
You always got to have that information. As we get set for today's second race, and again, we're going to be sprinting the 3/4 mile, 6 furlongs, and you see, again, taking a look at the number 7 in Jester Song. Kind of surprised by the action that this horse is taking currently at 9-5?
Yes and no. I mean, you're looking at a horse where you can make a legitimate excuse for his performance last time, and you're also taking a horse that's dropping down in class as he was facing starter allowance company too. The turf experiment didn't work out 2 back, and even if you go to a start 3 back, while that was a lighter number in terms of buyer speed figure, he was against horses like Always Charming and Win for Gold. We saw Win for Gold come back and have a really stellar Saratoga season, and he's just facing a much more logical field in here. But 6-5 for a horse that may or may not have the same kind of form as he used to at this level, it's just a little bit tough for me to take because we know how sharp Linda Rice is with her claiming operation. She obviously thought that he could be a little bit more competitive at the starter allowance level and took some time to drop him in class. Now doing so.
Yeah, taking a look at the 7 right now. Jose Lescano, Linda Rice, they're trying to go right there, back-to-back in that early double. There's a look at the 2 Rock the Weekend, who we did see early on was taking some action. Now floating up a touch is 3-1.
Right, and he does exit a race that was reined off the turf as he now switches barns. He got a 70 buyer speed figure for finishing a pretty far way back third in there. Start prior to that, it was for the $16,000 level, non-winners of 2. This is a horse that actually used to be in the barn of Travers and Belmont Stakes winning trainer Jenna Antonucci, who broke his maiden at Gulfstream Park for her. He's one that likes to come from off the pace a little bit. I do feel as though he should get some pace to close into. And here, as I feel as though the number 1 on the come up, perhaps the number 4 High Strike, and even Cup should be right there, all in the early mix in here. But as we saw in the first race, paces don't always play out like you think they will.
Yeah, the 2 Rock the Weekend has been very popular at the claim box, claimed out of the last 2 efforts, and now in for trainer Dick Dutrow. And I think we're going to take a look at the 3 here next, and that's going to be Cup, who you just mentioned, for trainer Carlos David. Another one that's coming first off the claim here, claim for that $32,000 tag at Saratoga, is down to this $25,000 level, but seems to make some sense for you, is currently your second choice at 5-2.
Yeah, I ended up picking up this horse on top. As he goes first off the claim, in dirt sprints, first off, he has some pretty good numbers, not necessarily on this circuit, but certainly knows where to spot his horses going forward. And I just think we're going to see a better performance than we saw from him last time.
3 horses taking a lot of action here for today's second race. Let's take it down to Acacia Clement, who's down trackside to talk more about today's second.
And Chris, wanted to take a look at a horse coming in off of a win from Finger Lakes, and that's the number 4 High Strike, Chris Engelhart. Always dangerous and always take a second look at his horses. And the only time that I saw this guy was back in April when he was running on the turf in the Woodhaven, and I wrote that day, doesn't want to go this far and not overly turf. He went back to dirt sprinting and got the win last time, and I just think that that's what he wants to do. And one thing I wanted to point out about him is that if you watch his last race, while he did end up setting the pace, he didn't break the sharpest. He's not the best horse out of the gate. And I think that that really could be key with how this race would play out, because he hustled up on the inside and was kind of on top of the pace, pressing from the inside, scooped up and pulled away from his field, and it turned out to be overmatched rivals against him that day. But it's going to be very tough for him to get that same kind of trip in here, and he really needs to be able to get out of the gate well. I think Manny Franco suits a horse like this perfectly because he's a strong strong gate rider. He's a horse that can, he's a rider that can get a horse to go forward. As Richie McLeory always says, get your position going forward out of the starting gate. And I think that that's really going to be the key for High Strike, who is sharp, looks like a dirt sprinter. I think he's in the right conditions. I just think getting out of the gate and into position is going to be the key for him. Chris?
Thank you, Acacia. And Sarah, you take a look at the 4 right now in High Strike. And you talked, Acacia was just talking about the horse breaking out of the gate. And you did say there was some speed to contend with in here. So how did you see things really shaping up early on with some of these contenders towards the inside?
Well, I think that at least with him, you know that he likes to be more forwardly placed, and that was a pretty game effort from him last time at Finger Lakes, because it's not like he got a breather on the front end whatsoever. He did really have to battle for that kind of early position, and of course, you give him a little bit more credit knowing that he didn't break quite as sharply in that spot. I just wonder if this company, it might be fairly similar, if not better, than what he faced over at Finger Lakes in general, but I think Acacia makes some good points about him. As far as who I think is going to be the speed of the speed, I do believe it's the number 1 on the come up. I just don't know that he's necessarily a horse that's going to be able to make some noise in terms of the result later on as far as where he finishes, but I think that he's a big key to the puzzle, because if he wasn't in here, there would be a lot less speed in this race.
Yeah, and taking a look at the one on the come up, you know, had a little trouble, looks like at the start, broke through the gate, but was on a 21-4, so could that be some true speed? Could definitely send from the rail there for Trevor McCarthy.
I just don't think they have any other options, to be honest.
All right, we'll see what happens there. You and Acacia both on the same selection once again. That's always a
Try to
good
make it
thing.
2 for 2, right?
Hey, you got the winner in the opener. That's what we're trying to do here this afternoon.
Exactly.
Big scratch of the 6. We talked about Jester Song seems to continue to and hold this favoritism at 8-5. From a warning line standpoint, it's really the class drop maybe that people are taking a look at?
Well, that and the fact that he comes out of a race where that's not where you want it to be on the racetrack. I think that bettors are very astute and aware of a situation like that. And of course, you know, David Aragon, our morning line maker, with the presence of a horse like Talkin' Pharaoh in this race, he had to make that horse the favorite. Well, he didn't have to, but he's aware that that horse would have been the favorite in this spot. So the price that he made Jester's Song and everybody else as well, they're not going to necessarily reflect the morning line that you got on paper because of that big scratch. That changes how this race is going to be bet, and it means that you're going to get a much shorter price on anybody else you might have liked in this spot.
And you see right there the number 3. That is your selection, and Acacia's selection as well, Cup. And Luis Rivera Jr., he got his first win last week here, Belmont at the Big A, and he likes to put those horses in early. He likes to kind of get them out of the gate and be forwardly placed, and that may be what happens here as now you see the 3 click down to 9-5.
Yeah, and I mean, this is always a situation where I don't let weight affect my handicapping too much, but as far as these more inexpensive levels with horses that don't necessarily always want to pass other horses, or riders that are getting a little bit of that weight break, as he is an apprentice, he's getting 5 pounds as the weight break. On a horse that has some speed, you have to think that that's beneficial.
All right, you do see the horses starting to load into the gate for today's second. Again, they're going to go 6 furlongs here at this $25,000 claiming level. I'm going to be following your lead and trying to get a winner here, and we'll find out who gets the lead in this upcoming second race, as you do see Cup getting set to load here for Luis Rivera Jr. Again, favoritism still towards the outside in the 7 Jester Song. Linda Rice, Jose Lescano, they're trying to go back-to-back and win that early double, as we've got half the field loaded now. You're going to see the number 4 in Manny Franco, who's been just fantastic to kick off the meet here for the Belmont at the Big A, and he continues to sit at a pretty decent price here coming in as you see the 4 set to load. And now as we've got only a couple left, let's throw it up to the booth and John Imbrial with today's second.
They're all in. And they're off. Slow beginning for number 2, Rock the Weekend, and he trails. From the rail, on the come-up, is out for the early lead with High Strike racing in second. Then comes Cup, who's at the rail. On the outside is Charger, followed next by Jester's Song, and then the slow starting Rock the Weekend in 6th. On the come-up, leads here by 2. Cup in pursuit in second, the quarter one in 22-2. High Strike. Jester's Song has now made his way down to the rail and is advancing. It is on the come up in front by 3 lengths. Jester's Song continues to gain down at the rail. And then it is Cup, followed by High Strike and Charger, and farther back, it's Rock the Weekend as they come for the quarter pole. On the come up, Jester's Song looking to come through down at the rail. Cup is on the outside, so it's Cup on the come up, and Jester's Song with High Strike in 4th. Cup has now taken the lead. Jester's Song is in 2nd. High Strike continues to gain, but the wire is coming, and Cup has the lead. High Strike on the outside. It is Cup by 3 parts of a length. High Strike in 2nd, and Jester's Song was 3rd.
There's your winner. Number 3, Cup gets to the winner's circle, gets to the wire first. And Sarah, 2 for 2.
So far.
Look at that.
Second choices. We'll take it.
Luis Rivera Jr. getting the job done, and you do see as they get to the quarter pole here, and you saw the number 1 on the come up. We spoke about that early speed, but right there, what do you think? Maybe just Jester's Song trying to look for some room, but the 3 got the jump.
He didn't, right? I mean, they kind of were making moves in tandem to come after this early leader, and I'll have to see a head-on replay in order to really determine if there was some sort of disadvantage for the 7 trying to come up the rail as the 1 on the come-up was fading away in the later stages here. But I feel like the main players of this race showed up and ran their race, don't you?
Yeah, really handicapped that race well, and it kind of played out exactly how we were, not exactly, but pretty close to how we were speaking about early on. And the 3 even had a bit of a stumble at the start. So this was a very big effort from the 3 Cup, and you asked for that head on. Let's take a look at that head on here.
They delivered. A great job by all the staff in the truck to do so, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, he does make kind of this like dramatic lead change move, but I don't. There's no contact, and I don't feel it really changed anything significantly as far as impeding Jester's Song in any way from getting that inside run up the rail. So. Yeah. It's close at the end.
Cup gets the win, sitting there at 9-5, so it did take some action. Didn't go off favorite. Jester's Song did hold off and keep that favoritism. High Strike the 4, you talk about that one, did run up into the exacta at a nice number at 9-1.
Yeah, and he was kind of, he wasn't as forwardly placed perhaps early on, but he was able to show some semblance of speed in this race, and Acacia had some good, important notes about him, able to sort of really feel like he ended up belonging in terms of class, coming in from Finger Lakes in a spot like this.
There you do see the number 3 Cup coming back to the winner's circle, 3-year-old gelding, Buy More Spirit. For trainer Carlos David, I'm following your lead and Acacia's lead. You guys are 2 for 2. We'll be back with more here on America's Day at the Races.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. There is your winner from today's second race. That's the 3 Cup. Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. picking up his first win not too long ago. Now his second win right here at Belmont at the Big A. Nice win here for, again, the 3-year-old gelded son. By More Spirit for trainer Carlos David. First off the claim, and they get right to the winner's circle, so a nice effort there. I believe we've got Acacia Clamachi's going to have an interview here with jockey Luis Rivera Jr., who's getting used to this winning thing. Let's throw it down to Acacia.
He definitely is, Chris, and I've enjoyed getting a chance to learn a little bit more about Luis here. And you're just telling me, getting ready to spend the winter in New York with your agent Jimmy Riccio, and already picking up the wins.
Yeah, thank God everything is going perfectly. Like, he told me to be patient, but look, it's going faster than we thought. So I just have to thank God.
How exciting is it winning here on the NYRA circuit with some of the top jockeys that you have in the room riding here?
It's awesome. Like, I have been watching races since I'm a little kid, and like riding here is a whole dream come true, you know. And like spending time with the jockeys in the jockey's room, learning from them, everything is awesome, you know.
And it's so great to see your enthusiasm and the way that you're enjoying it as well. And tell me about Cup. Had him in a perfect spot today, but though not the best break for this horse.
Yeah, we didn't get the best break. Like, I was trying to go to elite, but we didn't get the best start. So I decided just to ride a smart race, just sit behind the other horses, not rushing my horse. And whenever it's time to go, just make him go. And he was there for me. So yeah, great horse. I have been working him a couple times, and yeah, he's showing me what he got.
Well, you were familiar with them, and a nice win today. Congratulations on another win, and here's to many more.
Thank you, Keisha.
A smart ride indeed. Chris, how about that?
Congratulations to the connections, and taking a look at the prices here from today's second race. $5.90, we see it again, but Cup gets the job done. High strike rounding out that exacta.
Yeah, a decent exacta if you had this horse in second, able to defeat your favorite Juster Song, having to settle for third.
Let's get on the turf for the first time this afternoon as we're going to go 6 furlongs. Nice race here, taking a look at the turf event, but we're going to go 6 furlongs, nice purse of $105,000. What do you think? Got some scratches, of course, to the inside.
Yeah, this is a fun race. I think that you have a field that's really evenly matched in here, and a lot of wagering attention going in different directions. Today's Flavor, kind of the wild card in here, coming in, trying the turf for the first time. If he can translate that dirt speed that he's shown in the past, he could be a thorn in the side for a horse like Nothing Better. We'll see.
We've got that coming up. We'll find out what happens in today's third. Kicks off another nice pick 4 sequence as well right here on this Friday afternoon. Yesterday, did I hear 40,000 people? I mean, a huge crowd on hand. Did I hear that for the Little Brown Jug that was going on? You take a look at the Caesars Trotting Classic, but the Little Brown Jug was yesterday. How about that?
It was fun. I mean, I don't follow harness racing quite as much as some others that we have on staff here, but it was interesting to sort of learn more about these horses and see the process of how they go with the eliminations. And then this was a fast time. They were flying up front faster than some of our turf races that we have around here. And It's My Show, who had finished second in one of the eliminations, able to run them down in the later stages of this race. And I was saying, oh, it's a fair price on him. You couldn't bet, unfortunately, from where we're standing. But it was an exciting race, and it just seems like a fun atmosphere over there.
Oh, man, 40,000 plus people, excitement at a county fair. We spoke all about a county fair. We were talking about where it's held, and just a fantastic race, fantastic atmosphere, and you do see the big win. And that leads right into the Caesar Trotting Classic as well, as we'll have some more standard bred racing action and a nice stakes race there. But, I mean, the Little Brown Jug winner, It's My Show, nicely done. And taking a look at that field right now, there's your odds.
Yeah, absolutely. We got more harness racing going on this evening. Of course, we're on all day. We got the show started. It'll be over, I think, 11 p.m. this evening. So there's no stopping the racing action coming up. And you got a full field here for the Caesars Trotting Classic coming up tonight.
Yeah, look at that post time there, 10:40, a little bit later this evening. So looking forward to tonight's show, and that's going to be taking place from 8 to 11. So the action will be coming to you later on as we take a look at that standard bred action and right here, of course, on all of our great channels. And we're going to be taking a look at that on FS2. I'll get that straight, from 8 to 11. Make sure.
Are you on as well?
I don't think so. If I am.
No one told you, right?
Just throw it all at me. Let's do it. But coming up, we're going to talk about our ponies, of course, the ponies of New York. You see Mango right there, Lorna Chavez. Great features coming up. That'll be coming up next on America's Day at the Races.
the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Liam's Map, a two-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hey, we all love ponies, but what does a pony mean at the racetrack? It's essential to a safe and functioning track, and they serve as the coaches, the security blanket, those that accompany the active racehorses to the starting gate. It really can be any breed of horse, including an ex-racehorse in their second job. So let's take a little time and meet the ponies of the New York Racing Association. Lorna Chavez and Mango play an important role on the racetrack, ponying horses to the starting gate safely before each race. A former racehorse, then known as Aridios, Mango only ended up with his teammate through an amazing twist of fate.
A friend of mine told me that she'd seen these horses that were going to the kill shelter in a field. So I went to the field and asked if I could buy this one and another one. Mango and I have been together coming up 5 years now. He was a bag of bones when I got him, and now he's a little pork chop. But he's happy. He's a very happy horse. If they're happy, I'm happy.
While Mango is the picture-perfect pony now, it took Lorna's patience and gentle hand to teach him his new role.
You start off jogging next to a horse, then you start putting the strap on them and keeping them close and making sure he's not scared, because once they start jumping, some will jump and kick, you've got to hope that he's going to be mentally strong enough not to be scared and run away. He's a good boy. I mean, he's very forward going, which you need. He doesn't take any BS from the horses biting him. He'll stand his ground. He loves people. He loves children. Anybody can ride him. He's bomb-proof.
Before she teams up with Mango once the races start each day, Lorna spends her mornings working as an exercise rider.
I'm up every morning at 4:15. I work for Jeremiah Engelhardt, and then when I'm finished galloping, I come over here, take care of him, go home, shower, and then come back and pony in the afternoons. If you love what you do, life is the best you can get.
And there's one of our ponies right there getting set for doing their job off the racetrack after their racing careers are over. Fantastic feature there. Just great to see, again, that all these thoroughbreds, they can still continue to do some great work even after they're done racing.
Absolutely. They're instrumental to the operation that we have here and really at any racetrack across the U.S. So just great to learn a little bit more about the ones that we see on a regular basis. And I think that whole series is so fun that Acacia's done, able to go learn more about each of the ponies and have a little bit of a taste of their personalities
How
as well.
adorable was Mango
Super
as well. Takes a lot to put on a great race day here at America's Day at the Races, Belmont at the Big A's. We get set to take on race number 3. We're looking at the field, scratching the 1, the 1A, the 1X. They were going to be MTOs for the main part, but when we take a look at this field going 6 furlongs on the turf, we've got to bring in a little bit more help here in just a moment. But as we get set for that turf racing action, of course, we're going to welcome in for the first time. There he is, Richie Migliore, my guy down there in the paddock as we get set for today's third race. It kicks off at pick 4. Mig, it's good to see you. It's good to see you, Richie.
Good to see you as well, Chris. And I don't know how much help I can offer. Sarah and Acacia kind of hit it out of the park in the first two. I think all I can do, I'm kind of set up to fail here. But let's talk about how these guys look in the paddock. And we'll start with the two, Bring Me a Check, who's turning back in distance after a very good effort in the Bernard Baruch. He, as well as he ran in the Bernard Baruch, he is a turf sprinter. And I think he's going to sit a beautiful pocket, inside-out kind of trip. Pat Reynolds, his conditioner. A lot of people don't know he actually trained Big Brown to break his maiden, first asking on turf in Saratoga. But Bring Me a Check makes a really nice impression off of that good effort in early September up in Saratoga. And I think, again, he projects to get a really good trip. The three, Nothing Better, trained by Jorge Duarte Jr., who was a good rider, actually had his apprenticeship here. And I'm so old, guys, that I actually rode with Jorge Duarte Sr., who was a terrific rider and a great competitor, but Nothing Better, a true turf sprinter. And one of two speeds in here. For a turf sprint, I'm not seeing an overabundance of speed, but this horse is quick, and he's in good flesh. You just really like the weight he's carrying, making a nice impression. The other speed should be the 4, Today's Flavor, who every now and then has a little bit of trouble out of the gate, and it's more because he's a horse that's a little bit amped up in the gate, a little bit impatient, and he starts to make moves maybe before the doors open. As the last time he stumbled, was still able to show the kind of speed that he possesses, and I love the fact that he has 3 solid works on the turf up in Saratoga, including a 5 furlongs in a minute. A lot of horses will work well for a half, even if they don't handle a particular surface. But when they work a good 5 furlongs, that's telling you they're handling a surface well. So I think Today's Flavor will certainly handle the turf, and he looks fantastic. A horse that's really held his condition throughout the year, making his 7th start here. And then the 5, High Front. Not your typical turf sprinter, a little bit lighter frame, not as big and strong hind end, but obviously he's proficient at turf sprinting. He's just a lighter framed horse, a little bit more effeminate. This is a horse that's better when he's not too free. He possesses a lot of speed, but he's better off being held up a bit and making one run. His best start was at Canterbury 2 back when he kind of missed the break a little bit. Florent Giroux kind of covered him up, and he just made one quick run. Talking with Christophe Clement, his conditioner, that's how they want him ridden today, Flavien Prat. They don't want him too free. They don't want him to show too much speed. One thing all good horses have in common, guys, is they possess speed. It's how they learn to use it. This guy's just better using it in the second half of the race.
Thank you very much, Richie, and earn a 20% exacta bonus. You can do that today just by playing with NYRA Bets. You can play the races at Belmont at the Big A and earn a 20% bonus on your exacta winnings. Simply opt in at nyrabets.com. Getting set for today's 3rd race and taking a look at that exacta bonus. Nothing better. Probably going to have to run this horse down if you're going to be in that exacta, but this horse has got a lot of speed. And let's go back to that April 13th effort. And this was a big run. This horse set very fast fractions and kept going.
Oh, he's the speed of the speed for sure, unless Today's Flavor really shows some improved speed when switching over to the turf, because he's fast early. And this is a horse, too, that not only is he able to go fast early and out-sprint a lot of other horses, he's also really taking a drop in class in this spot, because they were spotting him pretty aggressively after this race. He ran in the turf sprint over at Pimlico. Then they tried the Grade 1 Jaipur, where he actually finished 5th, and I don't think it was even that much of a bad performance in here. The race that I worry about with him a little bit is the Wolf Hill, because I think it exposed that when he does get out-footed early, he doesn't have an adaptability. He doesn't have that closing kick, a punch in the lane, so to speak, and he does have a one dimension. It's just that that one dimension has worked so well for him in the past.
Nothing Better will be reunited with jockey Manny Franca, who will be aboard, currently sitting at 5-2, and is going to be co-favorite right now with the number 7 in Sosua Summer. And you take a look at the 7 with this co-favoritism as we see Kender Carmouche getting out here in the paddock, getting set to hop aboard Ikigai, who's had a pretty nice run as well, except for that last one, was running the Troy there, 7th, beaten 15. But now you get to take a look at the 7, Sosua Summer, and we're going to take a look at a replay here. Back in August, this was at Saratoga, number 5 that afternoon. Talk about this effort.
I mean, this is a horse that's just been so consistent lately. You know, he's really improved for the Mott Barn. He's taken a step forward in terms of his Beyer speed figures throughout his last 5 races. And he is one that comes from off the pace. He should get plenty of that to close into with the presence of Nothing Better in this spot. But you also have to wonder, he was beating a horse that does have a propensity to hit the board without winning in Fauci. And can he really continue this run of very impressive performances? What is the top for him, and has he hit it?
Field getting set to come onto the track here. It's our first turf race on the afternoon. It does start a pick 4 sequence. 6 furlongs on the turf as we get set to welcome these nice turf sprinters getting set for a very competitive heat. And again, co-favoritism right now between the 3 and the 7. Nothing Better just clicking down to maybe be a slight favorite. But first, let's talk about the 2. Bring Me a Check, Jose Ortiz.
This is one that's cutting back in distance, just as Richie mentioned, and he actually ran pretty well in the Bernard Baruch last time out.
Reunited with jockey Manny Franco, the 3 Nothing Better.
You know what his game is going to be from the start. He has that early speed. He's taking that drop in class. Does anybody press him early?
Fast horse, New York bred, but also trying turf for the first time for today's flavor.
As Richie mentioned, he does have those turf works, so they've been thinking about this for a little while. We'll see if his speed can translate.
The 5 is High Front.
Just kind of a disappointing effort last time. He was close to a pace that was coming apart in the later stages, but he should have run a little bit better.
Ikigai is going to be the number 6, longest shot on the board at 16-1.
Yeah, big price for him, and at least with him, you know that he actually can be a little bit tactical.
Did see that replay, so Sua Summer is still co-favored there, 5-2. Joel Rosario will be aboard.
He's just been so good as of late, really improved throughout his time in the Mott Barn. Just you have to wonder, what is his ceiling going to be? But if he hasn't reached it yet, he makes a lot of sense in here.
And don't forget about join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program or more while earning up to a $200 match bonus. That's right, a deposit match bonus. You can sign up with the promo code MATCH200. You can do that by earning that $200 deposit match bonus after your first deposit and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Found my notes, finally.
How long do you think it's been since the last time you were eligible for a deposit match bonus anywhere?
It's been a while. It's been a while. Taking a look at the number 7. It's Sua Summer. Joel Rosario will be aboard. Do you think the favorite ends up being the 3 or the 7? I mean, they kind of keep going back and forth.
It's tough. I mean, one is favored in the doubles. The other one is favored in the pick 3. So I think that bettors are even having a little bit of trouble ultimately deciding where they want to land in here, because this is a pretty wide open race. And you can make a case for a lot of horses in here. I know Ikigai kind of being ignored, but I actually thought you can excuse his effort over soft ground in the Troy, also facing much better horses there too.
Trainer Pat Reynolds is going to have that cut back here in distance for the 2. You see Bring Me a Check.
Yeah, I like him quite a bit. He's
Okay.
ultra consistent. I mean, he returned to the turf June 4th. He's moving up from winning for a $40,000 tag, and then he went on to win an allowance optional claiming race. 3rd twice at Saratoga, stretched out in the Bernard Baruch, and I actually really like the ride in there. He was so game because he got passed by another horse in there in Emirati, and he was still able to battle back, finish 2nd to Pioneering Spirit. That's a pretty good horse in switching to the turf for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and Ikigai is a big number at 17-1, but this horse caught a soft turf over at Saratoga. If you take that effort out, I mean, Ikigai was kind of on a roll there for a while. Is going to be the longest shot on the board. What do you think of the 6?
I actually think he's a little bit intriguing, especially at what the price he is right now, because you know that he has more dimensions than some of the other horses in here. He was really forwardly placed 2 back at Monmouth in that turf race where he earned an 89 Beyer, but then with the kind of speed that was developing in front of him in his start 2 back, he actually was sitting off the pace and showed that he can have a turn of foot, and he won both of those races by a considerable margin. I think the waters do get deeper for him here, but it's nice to know that he can sort of adapt to whatever pace situation is playing out in front of him. And also, Michelle Giangiulia, she's just done a really great job with this horse overall. He's been very consistent in her barn.
Very consistent and a very nice race coming up. And today's flavor is kind of that interesting runner in here because trying turf for the first time does have that speed. Talked about the speed plenty. The number 3, Nothing Better. Who better to set it down to Richie Migliore as he's going to talk about, I believe, the 4 here and some of the other horses here as we get set for the 6 furlongs on the turf. Richie.
Yeah, Chris, let's talk about the 2 first, who will be my top selection, Bring Me a Check. I like the turn back. Obviously, it was a really good effort in the Bernard Baruch where he was, dictating the pace. But I think he's going to sit a really nice trip. He should be sitting that beautiful pocket trip saving ground. He made such a nice impression. And sometimes when you look at horses coming off of really big efforts like his effort in the Bernard Baruch, you wonder, is there a little regression? Did they tuck up a little bit, maybe didn't rebound off of that? I don't see that. I'm seeing a horse that, you know, really carries his condition and his weight really, really well. And I don't see anything but positive signs from him. Bring Me a Check, that is, from that inside post. And get into the 4-horse, Today's Flavor. Physically, I see a horse that should handle turf. The fact that he works so well on it, and especially up to 5 furlongs in Saratoga, I think that really points out that he handled the surface. He's got to deal with the other speed in here, who's a very nice horse in the 3, Nothing Better. And I just wonder if they might not hurt each other's chances a little bit. So I'm looking for somebody lurking from just off the pace, and the one that I think gets the trip is number 2, Bring Me a Check.
Richie likes the number 2. Thanks, Richie. Bring Me a Check. I like cash, but Bring Me a Check works too. But we'll see.
We'll
if we
take
can
all payment types
we'll
here.
see.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App.
As
whatever.
long as we're cashing tickets, we're doing it with Naira Bets. That's all we're talking about. But the
Right.
number 5 is maybe the horse that we really haven't touched upon, and that's Flavien Prat. And taking a look at a horse that was a beaten favorite in the last effort, 2 starts back. Talk about that effort over at Canterbury. Looks well enough, it seems like, on the track, but this is some top connections here, and a horse that's going to be 3-1, so is taking some action on the board.
I think bettors are just kind of willing to forgive that effort for whatever reason you might come up with, that he just didn't fire that day, because it's kind of an odd move, right? To move from Jonathan Thomas, then go join the Reeves, be with Christophe Clement. It was uncharacteristically bad. And so I think that you have to imagine that he's going to run a slightly better race than he did in there. But I didn't really see a major excuse for this horse last time. I feel as though he was overbet in general, but he really backed out of there and should have run a little bit better. I prefer Bring Me a Check out of that race. I know Richie does as well. And even when you go back to the Dark Star Turf Sprint over at Canterbury, he ran very well that day. But the kind of fields that you're meeting over at Canterbury, and a wise decision by Jonathan Thomas to bring him out there, it's not the same circuit that you're going to see in New York in general. So I don't know that we're going to see a 92-buyer effort from this horse again. I hope that we do for the connections, but I don't really know what to make of him, and I just wasn't willing to take him again at a short price until I see it again.
Yeah, that was off of an 8th place effort at Saratoga back on August 23rd, and you do see a return winner out of there in Coppola. Arzak, a very competitive turf sprinter as well, so maybe the form of that race coming back strong enough here to put High Front in the winner's circle. But you talk about Bring Me a Check, that horse finished in front of High Front in that effort, so still kind of back and forth with Nothing Better. So Sua Summer, who's going to come from off the pace. And you're looking at Today's Flavor. Are these the type of horses that you do like to take a deeper dive, a deeper look at? Because trying turf for the first time and now his 13th career start, horses always had speed, has been impressive enough on the main track, but now transferring that over to the turf and doing it against a really big time turf sprinter, Nothing Better, who has that type of pure speed. How do we take a look at that?
Well, I think you have to look deeper at this horse's pedigree to start with to see if he's going to be one that should handle this surface switch from a breeding standpoint to start. You also have to look at the kind of workouts that we see on the page. Richie touched on those for a very wise trainer in George Weaver, who just recently had some success with a horse, Sacred Wish, coming in from some solid dirt efforts, able to switch her over to a turf stakes race and be successful and have those options going forward. Of course, also increasing her value going forwards as a broodmare. With Today's Flavor, he's a gelding, so that's not why they're making this move. But you also have to wonder, is his form just tailing off a little bit? Can he be as competitive as he once was, now switching surfaces?
We'll find out what happens early. Who's going to take down today's third race? Kicks off a pick 4, 6 furlongs on the turf. Let's send it up one more time. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Ikigai and Sosua Summer. Number 7, Sosua Summer, stepping up, goes in, and we're set for the third. And they're off. And it is Nothing Better who is out for the early lead, with Ikigai not far behind in second. Bring Me a Check is down at the rail. Today's Flavor right alongside at the back of the pack are High Front and Sosua Summer up the back stretch. Nothing Better is the leader here by a length. Ikagai, long shot, running in second. Bring Me a Check is third by a half length, and alongside is Today's Flavor, the opening quarter mile, 22 and 2/5 seconds. So it is Nothing Better who holds on to the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Ikagai in pursuit in second. Bring Me a Check down at the rail, and on the outside is Today's Flavor, a break of 2 high front, and 3 more to Sasua Summer. The field is at the head of the stretch. Here comes Ikagai up to challenge Nothing Better for the lead, and Today's Flavor is now coming on as Bring Me a Check swings to the outside for the final furlong. Here is Today's Flavor to poke ahead in front. Nothing Better continues to battle on. Bring Me a Check is next in third. They come on for the finish. Today's Flavor, the New York bred, wins it narrowly over Nothing Better. Bring Me a Check was third.
The New York bred indeed. Today's Flavor, not on the front end, does it from off the pace, settled in, comes from off the pace. Really nice effort there from the 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had a nice setup in here, but we kind of thought that he would be the one to ultimately try to press a horse like your leader there in Nothing Better. And Nothing Better had some fractions that were well within his scope early on. Today's Flavor just able to run him down from off the pace, which is a different tactic than we had really seen from him on the dirt. Of course, we know that the dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf speed, but it didn't have to. I think that he has perhaps just really improved on the turf, and another wise decision made by trainer George Weaver to switch a horse over in terms of surface.
Should give them plenty of options now when you have a horse that's able to handle the turf and handle it well and run impressively and run down a big sprinter like that. The 2, your top choice, Bring Me a Check, just, you know, kind of running up into the trifecta, but not a ton of pace early on. I mean, Nothing Better was pretty clear on the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he ran his race. I think that he just wasn't one that was showing this impressive turn of foot or burst in the end to be able to run down these top 2. But at the same time, you know, he didn't get as much pace to close into as perhaps he might need in some of these shorter sprints.
Yeah, you see that 22 and 2 for Nothing Better. Those are well within his range to try to take it all the way. But Today's Flavor able to run that one down at 5-1, ended up 4-3-2-5. Sasua Summer, far back, just didn't have a lot of pace to run into.
And I think we get the answer to the question about whether or not he was going to continue to top out and show new sort of dimensions going forward and improve upon his 91 speed figure. I think that we realize now that that is the ceiling.
Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, and George Weaver, they continue to team up and do nice things all throughout this season as we get set to come back with more racing action here on America's Day at the Races. Today's Flavor gets it done, and he can turf. We'll be right back.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, you know, win races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Today's flavor, it was turf. First time aboard, Javier Castellano gets the job done, and a little bit of a price in today's third.
Absolutely. Got bet a little bit off that morning line, but still a fair price on him at 5-1. He beat some pretty decent turf horses as well.
Nice job there by the New York bred. Javier Castellano one more time again in the winner's circle, continues his wonderful season. And let's throw it down to Richie as he's got more from the winner's circle after today's third.
Thank you, Chris. And yeah, Javier, today's flavor usually doesn't, his first step out of the gate's not good. Today he broke a half a step slow, but instead of having him show all that speed, you gave him a little chance to settle.
Absolutely, Richie. That's exactly what I did. It seemed to me, I watched a replay. Just to the first jump, he tended, doesn't break good at the gate. Just to the first jump, and after that, he took it himself. That was in the dirt today, first time the turf. I tried to do something different a little bit. Don't rush the horse and don't put it full speed. Let him develop it. The horse in the backside, let him feel how the grass he likes it or not. And he really liked it behind the horse. Step up outside. He did it the right way today.
How quickly into the race did you know, okay, he's handling the turf really well?
He can tell me right away in the first couple jumps, he grabbed himself and let him get the strike. The first quarter mile, you can see he traveling nice and comfortable ready. I think you can see right away, you feel the horse, he likes it.
Javier, you come here, you win this race, you've been riding in such great form. But this morning, you drove up to Saratoga to work a horse named Arcangelo. How did he go?
Absolutely, he did really well. I'm very satisfied the way he did it today. Very nice, maintained horse work, and I like the way he did it. Nothing fancy, nothing time-wide. Just to let him feel the need, let him be happy, galloping out beautiful three-quarter, and let him be ready. I think he's leaving soon in the next couple of days to California.
Javier, you got on him before the Belmont Stakes for the first time, and how much development have you seen or felt underneath you?
Oh, it's like a black and white. He progressed so much since before I get on the horse, before the Peter Pan race. That's the prep race for the Belmont Stakes. I really like it. As soon as I get on the horse, I fall in love. I think it's into me. It's a special horse, and everything he does, and the way he progressed himself from that day to now, it's a bit different.
Javier, thank you so much for taking the time. And guys, that's dedication. Jump in the car, drive to Saratoga, drive back here to Aqueduct, the Big A, and get it done here. And just like Arcangelo progressing, we've been watching Javier Castellano progress over many years.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to commentate on it. Richie doing a great job, as always, down in the paddock here as we get set for today's fourth race. No scratches in here, a field of 9. Let's kick off some more of that wagering action with an even money favorite to the outside, Jose Gomez aboard Roja Liguera.
Yeah, it means red light in Spanish, and hopefully not going to hit any red lights. It's going to be all green lights for this horse, and she just makes a lot of sense in here, making a bit of a drop in class, because a lot of horses have had a lot of chances at this level.
Yeah, at this level, that's 7 furlongs. We'll find out what the pace scenario is going to end up being, and we'll see if that even money does hold as we get into a nice pick 6 starting here in race number 4. We're going to take a look at the ABR race of the week. That's the Pennsylvania Derby. Not that far away from here, but America's Best Racing as you take a look at that red cap there. That was Taba last year in that Pennsylvania Derby.
Him, right?
I remember him, but they're going to go a mile and an eighth on Saturday. It's a grade 1. It's worth $1 million, and you got a field of 11. Some of those riders, some riders have been at it actually in that 9 and 10 spot, but we're going to take a look at the number 3 Saudi Crown. Florent Giroux is going to be aboard. Horse is fast.
Yeah, he is. And this is a horse that also comes out of the Jim Dandy as well. And I think that it's nice to know at least that he has the ability to run well and show that same speed over a sloppy, sealed kind of surface, because the weather not only going to impact us in New York, likely going to be a factor down in Bensalem, Pennsylvania as well. He's just gotten really good for the Brad Cox barn, able to almost fend off Forte in here. You're, of course, 2022 Breeders' Cup Juvenile champion, and he's just trying to avenge some of those tough beats that he's had in his past 2 races.
Yeah, has been knocking on the door in those graded stakes efforts, and you see 4 career starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds for trainer Brad Cox, who knows how to get the job done in these grade 1s. So Saudi Crown has obviously got a big shot in the Pennsylvania Derby. A lot of grays in some of the races coming up this weekend on Saturday. So we'll see if Saudi Crown can pull it off and flatters that form of forte. I'm sure that'll do just that. But yeah, it's going to be a great race. Looking forward to the Pennsylvania Derby. And also, I think a couple other contenders in there, right?
Just a few.
Take a look at Magic Tap is in there, Reincarnate towards the outside. It's going to be a nice race. It's at that 1.8 distance with some of that wet weather. Going to take a look at a little bit more, some give in the racetrack. But do you think speed is going to be the main weapon, taking a look at that race?
The speed? Well, of course, I think that it's important to have that early speed that he does, and especially if we see this track play a little bit like it did last year, where we saw speed be such an advantage early on. We saw Society, a horse, have that very, very big effort of hers and able to show that forward position. And Timeform US has Saudi Crown listed in front, but also a fast pace as well. This race has a fast pace because he's so fast, not necessarily just because it might be a contested type of pace.
Yeah, Society was a runaway winner in that Cotillion Stakes. We're going to take a look at another contender in the Pennsylvania Derby, and that's going to be another gray. There were a lot of grays in the race. Magic Tap for trainer Steve Asmussen. And you take a look back at this effort. This is back on April. Back in April, taking a look at this effort at Saratoga. You can't miss Magic Tap on the track, and this was a nice run here down the stretch.
It was, and the horse that he's able to finish ahead of in here, Film Star, is one that we saw come back and do pretty well, winning his next 2 starts. And this might be one of those horses that's coming alive later in the season as a 3-year-old. And as we see a lot of those top 3-year-old contenders, Javier Castellano, of course, just earlier talking about Arcangelo being one of them, they're not going to be playing in this race. This could be a great spot for a horse that's coming to form at the right time to take advantage and show that they could make some noise later down the line and perhaps into that 4-year-old season.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, 4 career starts, 2 wins, 1 second. Magic Tap with a big shot in the Pennsylvania Derby, and quite a nice field there for that Grade 1. And then talking about a Grade 1 with a nice field, the Cotillion Stakes. Of course, it has the Kentucky Oaks winner. You're taking a look at Pretty Mischievous, Tyler Gaffalione, looking for a big Saturday over there in Ben Salem, as you mentioned, but a really, really nice race and competitive field.
It is. It's nice to see this field come together, because it's always nice when you can at least make a case for some other horses instead of just focusing on one big favorite. But Pretty Mischievous is just the class of this field. What she's been able to put together in terms of winning the Kentucky Oaks and then legitimizing that race by coming back with such a strong performance in the Acorn. And she's just so good lately. We know what she's capable of. We know that she can be a horse that can be a little bit tactical depending on how the pace plays out. And here you have to think that a horse like Ceiling Crusher is going to go. She can sit just off and still make her presence known here. And I'm just looking forward to this race quite a bit. I think that she comes up with another very big performance in this spot.
Yeah, 3 career Grade 1 wins. Pretty Mischievous. She's going to be very tough to handle. I think she's going to be very tough to tackle in the Cotillion Stakes. Going a mile and 16th. We'll see what happens with the weather, but that should be some really nice Grade 1 stakes racing action as you get a nice look at Pretty Mischievous right there. 9 starts, 7 of them wins. Never been out of the money. A second, a third. She's going to be tough to handle, and we'll see what the price ends up being, because it is a competitive field, but she is definitely a standout.
Yeah, she's the horse to beat for sure, and I think that the wagering will end up reflecting that. I'm looking for the 3-3 double, the Cotillion, the Pennsylvania Derby.
Taking one more look at the field, a field of 9. They're going to go that mile and a 16th. It's the 3-year-old fillies. You see Ceiling Crusher in there. You see Occult. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. So really nice competitive field. It's the ABR Race of the Week as we get set for that racing action there. We've got more racing action coming up here as well. We've got our 4th race, which will be coming up very shortly, and we'll find out what happens in that claiming race and see if the outside runner holds that even money favoritism. It's all coming up. Sarah El-Badwi, I'm right here. We got a pick 6 too. It's all coming up, and it's next on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
Tis the law.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a sporting venue in America with as rich a history as Saratoga Racecourse, which is why people show up in droves here every single summer. This track first opened when Abraham Lincoln was president, making it the oldest continuously operating racetrack in America. The Travers Stakes, which is run here every August, outdates the Kentucky Derby by more than a decade. Some of the most famous horses in history have raced and lost here. Among the legends that have experienced defeat are Man o' War, Secretariat, American Pharaoh, just to name a few. For that reason, many refer to this track as the Graveyard of Champions. And while enjoying a day at the historic track, you gotta get a bag of Saratoga potato chips. America's favorite snack was actually invented here by accident in 1853 when a local chef thinly cut and fried a potato to a crisp after a customer complained their order was too thick and soggy. The rest is history. Want to uncover more history at the races? Explore America'sBestRacing.net.
The horse is just right. And that's right, you can win that summer at Saratoga in 2024. You can elevate your Saratoga experience next summer. Enter to win that trip to the idyllic destination of Saratoga Springs in 2024. It's presented by America's Best Racing, Naira Bets, and My Racehorse. You can see everything that they've got there. You can have that VIP hospitality, a $1,000 wagering voucher with Naira Bets. Expenses paid travel, 2-night hotel stay, the exclusive backstretch tour of training barns, all the apparel that you can, I mean, you've got everything there that you can see. And don't forget, you can scan that QR code to enter right now. And it's one grand prize winner, and you get to take a guest. I mean, look at that. Wow. You get to take a guest. So it's not only you get to make someone's day. It's going to be a fantastic time. You can enter that trip for Summer at Saratoga contest in 2024. We're taking a look at race number 4. We got the favorite right now, taking a look at the number 9 in Roja Ligara.
Yeah, she's just a horse that makes a lot of sense on paper in here. She's had less chances to disappoint than some others in this spot. She's taking a little bit of a drop in class as she changes barns now, leaving the Tom Amoss barn and the turf to go with Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, you're taking a look at the 9 right now, ready to go at 6-5. So floating up just a touch there off of that even money that we initially saw. But Jose Gomez with that outside draw on a horse that, again, has been popular at the claim box, as you pointed out. Looks okay to you? I mean, do you feel like if you're taking a look at a favorite, this is what you want to see?
I leave the visual handicapping more to the people that are a little bit closer than the TV, and thankfully we have somebody to help us out with that.
Yes, we do. Let's throw it down to Richie right now as he's down in the paddock here before today's 4th.
Hey guys, I'm just going to talk about 2 horses here because especially in lower level races, I really like to watch them warm up before I start kind of critiquing or passing judgment. I just like to see them move. But the 2 that really made the nicest physical impression here in the paddock are the 5 High School Crush from the Eddie Barker barn. Now, she's going to have to improve. She hasn't been seen since January, but she looks very fit, and her coat is the way I like to see a horse's coat. I mean, she just is really exuding overall general good health. I thought High School Crush was a little bit interesting. And then on the outside, Rojo Ligera. she just looks great. She absolutely gets the paddock check mark here and gets back to the dirt. She's got speed, but she's outside, so she should get into the race the right way. And she's really checking all the boxes here. Like I said, I want to watch them all move on the racetrack before I pass any sort of final judgments. But the 9 horse, she's taking a lot of money, rightfully so, and she's certainly looking the part as well.
Thanks, Richie. Join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more. It's while earning a $200 deposit match bonus. You can sign up with that promo code. Don't forget, it is match 200. You can earn up to a $200 deposit match. It's after your first deposit. Visit Naira.com/bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com. Now I got it right, to earn your $200 deposit match as we get set for today's fourth. You can scan that QR code right there, NairaBets.com. You heard Richie talking about the favorite. You took a look at some of the runners in here. Trying to take down the favorite in this one? I mean, you take a look at a claiming race like this with 9 minutes to post at that 7 furlong distance. It seems like outside of the favorite, you are going to get some of that value you might be looking for.
Sure. Normally, I would agree with you completely. I would want to try to find a case for some sort of alternative in a spot like this. And Richie makes some good points about a horse that is a pretty big price right now in the number 5 High School Crush, really liking what he was seeing from her. And sometimes it can be as simple as that with horses that have definitely had their fair share of chances trying to beat each other, especially at a level like this. But for me, I just really could not make a strong case for anybody outside of your current favorite in here, just because she's had so few races in comparison to others within this field, because I feel like I've just seen enough from a lot of these contenders.
All right, our fourth race field is getting set to come onto the track. Current favorite right now, Roja Ligera, as Richie pointed out. Right?
Excelente.
There you go. Speak a little Spanish here up on set.
What else can we throw at you?
Oh, boy. Got it all. Got it all. We'll get it dialed in. I'm glad you're here. I'm following your lead, but taking a look at the field here as it gets set to come onto the track. Track rated as fast. Here's the one, Memento Me.
This is a horse that's dropping in class as well, and one that you can make a case for on that drop. I just wish she had a little bit more early speed.
Number 2 is going to be Simple Sugar, Jackie Davis.
A little bit in over her head last time because there was such a formidable class dropper in T-Max. Of course, at Saratoga, those drops in class don't always play the same way.
3, Justin Nyquist.
With her, at least you can say that she's reliably consistent at this level. It just might be that 2 class droppers are a little too tough for her.
The 4 is Sweet as Sugar, Romero Mirage.
Exits that same race as the horse to the inside in Simple Sugar. T-Max just too much for both of them.
The 5 is High School Crush.
Some good notes from Richard Migliori in the paddock for her. We haven't seen her since January either, so we'll see if she can run fresh off a little bit of a break.
Getting a look at the 4-year-old filly, that is the 7. Madison Over will be aboard. Boss Lady Kim.
A horse that actually seemed to have a little bit of promise as a 2-year-old ran in the Adirondack in just her second start, but gradually the form has not held up.
Big price, Red Zilla, the number 8, currently 34-1.
A big price, but a horse that is likely to be forward early as she switches back and cuts back in distance.
Now we get a look at the 6. That's Racing Colors, 4-year-old filly for trainer Norman Follett, and 14-1.
This is a horse that I've tried to make a little bit of a case for in the past, but I just don't think that she's going to be competitive today.
And there's your top pick, the favorite that you do like, the 9. That is Roja Ligera.
Even if we don't see a replication of her 66 Beyer speed figure 2 back at Ellis last time she was on the dirt, even if we see something before that within the 50s to early 60s range, she could still beat this field with her early speed advantage as well.
Race number 4 does kick off the pick 6, so looking forward to this 7 furlong race, but we got to bring in a little bit more handicapping help as well. Jonathan Kinchin, first time joining us here this afternoon. Welcome. And what did you like here, Jonathan, as you take a look at today's 4th?
Yeah, look, I ended up landing on the favorite, but there's a little bit more to it than that. I mean, I do think this horse is the most likely winner. When I first looked at the race, I thought, you know, the 3, Justin Nyquist, a little bit interesting. A horse you can kind of make a case for, has a nice figure last time, feels like a horse that might appreciate the 7 furlongs. But then when you looked at the price, I wasn't going to get a price high enough that warranted me moving away from a horse that was significantly more likely to win. Not crazy about the 6-5, but I think if you compare the chances of the 6-5 on the 9 versus the chances of the 7-2 on the 3, to me, the 9 feels like a better wager. I think there's this myth in racing that you need to bet a high-priced horse for value. I don't think that's the way that it works. I think that you have to identify a horse's chances to win and then decide if the price is acceptable. I'm not cutting in line to bet the 9, Roja Ligera. I think I nailed that, Richie. Hopefully, I'll make you proud there. At 6-5, but with the price differential between the two horses that I think are likely to win this race, I went ahead and landed on the 9. And I'm never mad at being drawn outside of all of the main competition.
Thanks, JK. And taking a look at the 9 one more time, we're going to take a look at a replay here, and this is going to be back as Ellis Park. This is on June 24th, and taking a look at this horse that was on the lead and Roja Ligera from this effort. What did you take from this effort with that front end speed? Maybe the same type of trip.
Well, I like that she was aggressively handled. It was Luis Saez riding this day, and this is back when she was making her final start, for now at least, in the Joe Sharp barn, and she was one that had been steadily dropped in class, right? She debuted versus Maiden Special Weight Company, then went to an allowance race, then they dropped her in for 40, and then they dropped her in for 20, and she produces a performance like this, and now today, the price tag, or the claiming tag, is $14,000, so just another logically spotted type of horse and trying to find the kind of race where she can be competitive. And I think Jonathan brings up a really interesting and valid point about value, because he's saying that the price differential in terms of a horse like her, as well as Justin Nyquist, the price is not enough for what he believes Justin Nyquist's chances are. Then you end up with your favorite, which you might not want to take this short of a price on any horse in a spot like this, but the price is not enough for him on another contender in here, and I would agree. I don't think that 4-1 or 3-1 is enough on a horse like Justin Nyquist to take her over a horse that is making that drop in class, who figures to be more forwardly placed and who has had just less opportunities to disappoint at this level.
Seems like a lot of attention here on the number 9, Roja Ligera, and we need to go trackside here to Richie, as this is a horse that was claimed for 35, drops down to this 14, so we'll see more, and let's send it down to Richie and see what he thinks trackside.
Yeah, Chris, I really have a hard time seeing past your favorite here. She just made a nice impression in the paddock. She makes a lot of sense on paper and continued to impress in the warm-up. And that post position, to me, kind of even makes it a little better for her, because, you know, she's got natural speed, but it allows the rider to let her get into the race the right way without having to squeeze or rile her up. The two horses that kind of elevated in my eyes watching them warm up on the racetrack were the one, Memento Me. She just really looks good. She's dropping in class. She's going to have to find, you know, a little bit better form than her last couple of starts, but she hasn't been seen since July at Parks, and I just couldn't get past how well she warmed up. And you get Luis Rivera, who's just made a nice impression, 2 wins already here. I thought she was probably your most likely upsetter or runner-up, if you will. And a horse that I'd be remiss not to talk about at a big price is the 2 Simple Sugar. She just really caught my eye and kept speaking to me. I mean, she's just big, strong filly, carrying really good condition, nice warm-up under Jackie Davis. And this is a horse that all of her best races have been at Aqueduct, and I'm going to use her underneath your favorite at a decent price, Chris.
Thanks, Richie. As we get set for the start of the Pick 6, had that big carryover yesterday, so a lot of people get involved in the Pick 6, and you got a nice pool continuing to grow here to kick off the Pick 6. Does it look like a single, though, to kick off your Pick 6 to 9? That much of a standout?
I think it just depends on what your opinions are throughout the sequence, and I feel that way generally about whatever sort of multi-race sequence you're going to be putting together. But in terms of how I view the rest of the races today, I would say so at this price. Maybe you want to double up on your ticket and go 2 deep in here for a little bit more coverage. If I was doing that, I would add the 1 Memento Me, but likely with the price right now and some of my thoughts later on, I would just stick to Roja Ligera. And of course, you can always run back that Pick 5 if it doesn't work out.
Taking a look at the 1 Memento Me, Luis Rivera Jr. already 1 win on the card. Taking a look, trying to get his 2nd win this afternoon. Outside of the 9 and the 1, the 2 horses that seem to be taking quite a bit of the action. We talked a little bit about the 3 and Justin Nyquist, and this is a horse that is vying for that co-second choice right now at that 4-1. Oscar Barrera here off of that 2nd place finish, but hasn't been seen since July. Taking a look at the 3 off of those efforts, and you also see the 5 right now on your screen. But Justin Nyquist, I mean, with that layoff, some of that time off, what'd you think?
Well, you have to look, of course, at the voided claim last time, and we don't necessarily know why that might have been occurring, because it could be something as simple as paperwork or a clerical error or a situation like that, and it might not have anything to do with the horse. But as you mentioned, we haven't seen her since that period of time when she last ran on July 9th at Belmont. So she's had a little bit of a freshening since then. We'll see. I mean, she's run some okay races in the past, and as I had mentioned, she's just kind of a consistent horse horse at this level, I think that she's just going to be in a little bit tougher with the kind of class droppers that you see that bookend this field.
If you feel like the 1 and the 3 off of those layoffs, maybe you kind of give them just a little bit of a downgrade on that and taking a look at an exacta. If you really like the favorite, is there a big number out there that was jumping out to you that says, hey, this one can get into that exacta?
Nobody jumped out to me, but maybe you want to take a listen to Richard Migliore because he had some eyes on the number 2, Simple Sugar, as well as the number 5, High School Crush. And maybe for me, it might try to be Boss Lady Kim, who I think has just tried a couple of different things and might end up finding that she could do well getting back to this kind of situation where she's going to be sprinting on dirt, going the 7 furlongs rather than the turf or synthetic experiments. But I just didn't see a ton of prices within this specific race.
Richie, Sarah, JK, they all like the 9. Going to kick off that pick 6 as you continue to see that current pool continue to grow after that big carryover coming in yesterday. Start things all over again here this afternoon, but you see the field loading now. Will the favorite get the job done? Will we see a big long shot to kick off the pick 6? Will Roja Ligera answer your questions and get back to that 2 starts back effort back at Ellis Park, but that was a dominating victor by 7+ lengths. Johnny I has got the call here. 7 furlongs here to kick off the pick 6 here for Belmont at the Big A.
Waiting now for Sweet as Sugar, who has just gone into the starting gate. And to complete the field is the favorite, number 9, Roja Ligera. And we're all set for race 4. Belmont at the Big A. And they're off. And Roja Ligera broke well and is going out for the lead. Boss Lady Kim runs in second with Red Zilla next in third. Sweetie Sugar advances now from 4th. Then comes High School Crush, who's in 5th. Simple Sugar down at the rail runs in 6th. Racing Colors is in 7th. Justin Nyquist is next in 8th. And Memento Me is the trailer. In 9th, Roja Ligera by 3/4 of a length. Boss Lady Kim in 2nd. And then it's a length and a half to High School Crush and the White Blinkers in 3rd. To her outside is Simple Sugar, the opening quarter 23-2. Then we come back to Red Zilla, who's being passed there on the outside by Racing Colors. Down at the rail is Sweetest Sugar, and then Justin Nyquist. Up front, a challenge for Roja Ligera. On the outside, it is Boss Lady Kim, who has now taken the lead. Boss Lady Kim in front and clear by 2. The favorite, Roja Ligera, is back running in 2nd. And then High School Crush next in 3rd, the half in 46-4. Boss Lady Kim has opened up on the field here. Boss Lady Kim by 5 by 6 lengths. The battle is going to be for 2nd. Boss Lady Kim pouring it on here through the lane. Boss Lady Kim and Maddie Alver at a big price here, 16-1 as we start today's pick 6. Racing Colors came on to get 2nd, and Simple Sugar was 3rd.
Well, a horse that you talked about liking in the exacta ends up drawing away to win, but Boss Lady Kim, Madison Over, they get the job done. Kick off the pick 6 at a big number here. Makes things very interesting. A nice run and an impressive victor at that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a smart ride by Maddie Oliver and had this horse in position early. And when your favorite just folded up and did not replicate that kind of race that we had seen from her in the past, Boss Lady Kim was right there to take advantage. And the horses that were the shorter prices in this field really both kind of didn't show up
Yeah,
today.
you're taking a look at your favorite who pretty much got her initial trip here early, but just gets run down. You knew about the quarter pole that the 7 was ranging up on the outside for Over and gets it done. And then you see a bunch of prices in behind as well. So this is going to be just some really nice payouts across the board, and your favorite running out of the top 4. So this is a big victory from a multi-leg standpoint and also just betting the 4th race because you're going to have some big payouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And at least 2 of them mentioned by Richard Migliore to take a look at and worth perhaps using in some exotics, and ended up being pretty impressive there in terms of the prices.
Super vector return there. 16-1, 19-1, 15-1, 21-1. This is going to be, I don't know, not as big as the big winner to close things out the other day.
That try paid
when I was sitting on set. That was
huge amount.
It was over $50,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
Not quite that level, but this is still going to be huge returns. And again, kicks off the pick 6 where you come off of a day with the carryover. Anything can happen now as you kick things off with Maddie Over, and 16-1 at that big price.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine a lot of tickets going south after this one because it was probably tough to get to this horse, at least around your favorites. But if you didn't like either of them, much more wide open affair.
Still plenty of racing action to come here. Belmont at the Big A on America's Day at the Races. I'm going to be sticking around for a little bit, but you're out of here.
I'm done.
Sarah El Badoui joining me here. She's going to be headed out here, but there's Boss Lady Kim. Runaway Victor kicks off the pick 6 at a price. We're back with more America's Day at the Races.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Cold Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again. Firing the field in the Amsterdam.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here in the paddock with Maddie Olver, the winning rider on Boss Lady Kim, and she really took you, gave you a nice ride. Did you know early on into the turn that you had that much horse underneath you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, absolutely, especially because I took a little bit of a hold of her. Just I wanted to kind of feel what I had if she would take me, and she did. I listened to what Mr. Frangella said to do, and it worked, and he told me that I was going to have a lot of horse, so he was right.
Well, now, Maddie, we've all kind of watched you develop as a rider, and last year being a 10-pound apprentice when you started here in New York, and you have your apprentice last in February. But watching you today, I'm seeing a much more confident rider. It just seems like you're a lot more comfortable out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel a lot more confident. I feel a lot more comfortable.
What would you contribute that to, though? Is it just spending the summer at Monmouth and getting to ride so much?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it just comes with experience. It comes from asking other riders and having them help you and teach you. It comes from some hard lessons and, you know, obviously the good ones too, but.
And your plan now is to dig in and stay here through the winter?
Yes, that is the plan.
Well, guys, we're seeing a lot of good apprentice riders kind of converge here on Aqueduct, and Maddie Olver tied for leading apprentice with Luis Rivera. So we got two apprentices that are making an impression right away after spending the summer at Monmouth Park.
Thank you very much, Richie. As we take a look at those prices, big prices, decent prices, actually. Taking a look at the winner, Boss Lady Kim. 16-1 over 19-1, 105. 75 there for $1 on that exacta. Going that
How is the Super only $13,600 for $2?
Yeah,
right.
Seems a little, yeah, maybe a little bit low. That sounds like a familiar voice, though.
I'm thinking we're on our way to a
Welcoming
pick
to
six
the
carryover.
show.
What do you think?
I think that's a start for a pick six carryover. Chris Griffin, and now joined by Andy Serling. How about this? We
Nice to see you.
traded seats.
You're everywhere. I mean, Meadowlands tonight. You're down in Parks. Then you're at the Meadowlands. I don't know how anybody can keep up with this guy. It's good to be here. Good to have some racing, some nice racing coming up. Looking forward to spending a little time with you.
Yeah.
And then Acacia will be joining.
Yeah, we get into the late pick 5 coming up, and we're going to be taking a look at a nice stakes race as well. That's going to be the Hettinger. When you take a look at the Hettinger in that field, what did you think here early on? I know you're going to be talking about that later on, but some scratches towards the outside. Sweetie is out of there. The MTOs, of course, because it does stay on the turf, but a very competitive edition of the John Hettinger.
Well, there's the major question is New Guinea. Where did her last race come from? Because it's completely dichotomous to any race she's ever run before. And can she repeat it? Did it happen because there was some give in the ground and maybe others didn't handle it? But I don't think it had anything to do with the other. She ran like a tremendous performance in here. Can she do this again? And, of course, the other question is, I mean, there's two horses. Is Spongy going to benefit from a race? And is she the one she has to deal with? What Loves looks like ran well just being part of a fast pace. But the big question is, where you settle in New Guinea.
Yeah, and if you are thinking about regression, she's going to, because if she runs back to this, she wins. Right? Taking a look at from this run
she
of the
runs this
Yada
race?
handicap.
Yeah, she's a cinch.
Yeah, she's a cinch. But you're projecting, handicapping, taking a look at some of that regression. Some of those other runners may be improving off of those efforts. Dylan Davis has had a nice hand with her as well. He seems to ride her quite well, and they seem to fit well with each other.
I guess. I mean, the reality is that this race lives in isolation. It's nowhere else in her PPs does she have an effort like that. And frankly, every one of her other efforts sort of make her a long shot in this race. She ran last time, though. I'm not going to deny it. The question is she a new horse, or was that just one of those races? Maybe a little give in the ground suitor. The turf's much firmer here. We'll see. I can understand her being favorite, but I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole.
All right, going to be in the favored role at that 1 1/8 in the Hettinger, which is going to be run later on as today's 8th race, and that's going to be towards the end of the program here. Belmont at the Big A, America's Day at the Races, and we get set for a nice 5th race coming up here in just a moment. And taking a look at that 5th race, big long shot again?
Yeah, no, I mean, on paper, Battleary is close to a cinch. But one thing that I would say is I think there may be an argument so far that you don't want to be on the rail. And this horse is the clear inside speed. And Manny Franco, a rider who often does stay towards the inside. If the rail isn't good, I'm scared for Bad Larry. If the track were fair, I think Bad Larry's an overlaid 8-5 in this race, based on his last race, where he showed speed in a race to collapse, going 7 furlongs. The horses that ran 1-2 in that maiden claimer were both big drop downs. One for Rob Falcone, the winner, and one for Chad Brown. So he met a superior field and ran extremely well in the context of the race. But I worry a little bit about the inside, and that may keep me from betting him. Otherwise, I'd be happy to take 5-2.
You mentioned Chad Brown. He's going for his record, what, sixth now. Noble Damsel, taking a look at that stakes effort. But I guess the discussion that starts to enter the equation is the weather. And taking a look at a turf race here in the Hettinger, of course, is going to be run today. Looking at the Grade 3 Noble Damsel tomorrow, Fluffy Socks would be a favorite in there. Would give trainer Chad Brown a big shot. But you start to take a look at the weather and then some of the conditions and possibly the MTOs.
I think if you're Chad Brown, you might be happier if the race comes off, because I think Gerrymander is probably more likely than Fluffy Socks. Not that Fluffy Socks can't win, but Fluffy Socks, man, that was some epic hang last time in a fast pace that collapsed. Listen, the winner, Evie Jet's a nice horse. She was supposed to win that day, but then again, he also has Gina Romantica, who's trying to regain that form. But the real question is what we're running it on, because the conditions tomorrow do not look good.
Yeah, some weather going to be in the area. Expected forecasted weather here at Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A. Gina Romantica, you talk about her. Gerrymander, you talk about her being at 9-5 and taking a look at those dirt efforts. But the MTOs, when you start looking at the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 movie Moxie, Balpool, Venti Valentine, you know, you've got horses that would be very competitive moving to the main track.
Yeah, and even Sunset Louise, who's on the rail in here, I imagine her connection is probably happier if this race got rained off. So the good news is that this is a day where we have a couple of turf saves scheduled, but the MTOs arguably make them as interesting, if not more interesting, the races off the turf. So in this particular case, the races will be changed dramatically, but they're not going to be bad betting races.
Races that will be run over the main track. It's going to be the ABR Race of the Week, and that's taking a look at the Pennsylvania Derby, of course. And we took a look at that with Sarah El-Badwi. Kind of interested to see what you think about that ABR Race of the Week, and talked about Saudi Crown plenty. Florent Geroux will be aboard. 7-2 on the morning line. The favoritism does go to Reincarnate towards the outside of the 11.
Yeah, I'm going to make a big parlay at Parks tomorrow based on the morning line. I'm going to get the morning line maker, give me 2-1 on Gunite. He'll be 2-5. And then I'm going to get a little 7-2 on Saudi Crown. He'll be about 2-1, maybe less. I mean, the only argument against him, Chris, that I would make is that he's more of a one-turn sprinter type that ran his best race going long the first time out, and he won't run as well at a mile. I'm not making that case. That was the case against him. To me, this is just a faster horse. I think this is one of the best 3-year-olds in the country, and I just think he's an hour the horse to beat. There are other speeds in there, but they better have their running shoes on to keep up with this guy early. He's good.
Yeah, I've heard plenty of bettors and wanting to get involved with Saudi Crown. Good looking great towards the inside, and you've got a competitive field. You've got plenty of speed in there, it would seem. Saudi Crown is going to be forwardly placed, but also a great deal of respect for Forte, of course, too. So running against Forte, no slouch. Maybe that moves the horse up. Magic Tap is going to be a horse for trainer Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione teaming up. Off of this effort beating Film Star, is this going to be enough? Now taking a look at, the Pennsylvania Derby.
I tell you what, I bet on him before I bet Reincarnate. I don't think Reincarnate's good enough to win. I don't like his post. I'm not a big fan. This is a horse that I think you have to consider dangerous. First of all, the way he's running, and as you say, beating Film Star, who he had an easy race last week, but he still got it done. He's won 2 races, actually, since this race. And he could be a real improving horse for Steve Asmussen, and he can be forward, but he showed the ability to rate. So I think he's a very dangerous alternative in here. I don't think Scotland's bad either, but I think he's more of a forward-type horse. Right now, I mean, glancing at it, I think he could be the biggest threat to the favorite.
Yeah, these connections,
the actual favorite.
These connections do come in. Steve Asmussen has brought multiple runners to try and take down multiple races on that day. And not only the Pennsylvania Derby, a grade 1, $1 million at a mile and 1/8, but you got a mile and 16th in the Fillies, which came up very strong. Pretty Mischievous is in there, the Oaks winner, the Acorn winner, but she's going to be tough to handle. She's going to be 2-1 on the morning line.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about her. I've been a fan, and maybe she's just better going longer because I didn't love her effort in the test. I think there's other alternatives here. A Colt was very impressive winning at Monmouth last time out. I don't think you'll get 6-1 on that one either. And I think Ceiling Crusher is a dangerous horse coming to the West Coast. And if it's going to be wet. If it's speed favoring, Ceiling Crusher can be very tough to beat.
And Society was able to do it last year, just got right to the front and just said, see you later. Pretty Mischievous, though, 7 of 9. I mean, 7 of them being wins.
She should be the Eclipse winning 3-year-old regardless of what happens in this race. I think the only chance she doesn't get it is a horse like, I'm just throwing it out there, like a randomized, were to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Not going to be easy for the 3-year-olds to win that race this year.
The Pennsylvania Derby, the Cotillion Stakes, the ABR Races of the Week. We'll be back with more here on America's Day at the Races with more racing action here in today's Fifth.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with
Big
5.
race. Nest Clarier is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what
to
winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
the personal
the
ensign.
classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the foregoal.
Gunrunner. Breed true.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's America's Day at the Races. It's sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today.
Is that your boat?
No, it's not. Welcoming in a new audience here from Valley Sports SoCal in San Diego as we're set at Aqueduct South Ozone Park. We've got some great racing action coming your way on America's Day at the Races. Today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Chris Griffin, joined by Andy Serling, chuckling at me as I pour through. I know. I'm getting there.
You're killing it.
I'm
You're
getting
killing
there.
it. No,
we're getting there. But we got a pick five coming up.
East Coast covered here.
Welcome to our group here from Valley Sports SoCal and San Diego. Welcome to all of the great racing action. Here are today's races. There you go. Today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. It's the Belmont at the Big A. We get into the late pick five. It starts here in today's fifth. Spoke about the John Hettinger. We're going to talk about that plenty. Track conditions today, fast and firm. We'll talk about the rest of the weekend as well, but how about wagering? The sign-up bonus. Join Naira Bets today. You can play that action on our program and more while earning up a $200 deposit match bonus. You can sign up with the promo code MATCH200 and earn up to that $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the field for today's fifth, and we'll be on the main track one more time. It's a maiden state bred event for the New York Breds. They're going to go 6.5 furlongs, and you do see your field right now. No scratches in there, a field of 11. Still about 10 minutes until today's fifth race, and again, that does kick off the late pick five. The pick six started off at a huge number, so we'll see if that does continue, and that could start to signal maybe a carryover as you like those carryovers. And taking a look at that current pool, nice pool in that late pick five here for today's fifth. We're going to throw it down here to Richie Migliore. Going to welcome him in one more time. Richie, what's going on down there? It's a gorgeous day outside, and this does kick off that late pick five. We saw that big price with Boss Lady Kim. Will we maybe see another big price possibly here in this maiden event?
Well, it's a really interesting group. Obviously a big field, and it is a beautiful day. A nice breezy. It's just cool enough. A really seasonably beautiful day here at Aqueduct. It's usually as easy as 1, 2, 3. For me today, it's as easy as 9, 10, 11. I'm going all to the outside, beginning with the first time start of the 9, Dream Canteen. This horse looks very well prepared by Jorge Abreu. Just looks very fit. He looks like a very intelligent individual. So if you're looking for a stranger, I would have some confidence that the 9 is very well prepped. Got a long, steady work tab. So, you know, he's got a lot of foundation, a lot of miles in him. The 10 Blue Plate Special, he makes a lot of sense. He's well turned out, as most of the Linda Rice runners are, making a nice impression, taking a slight drop in class. He's been running for maiden 40. This is maiden 30. And I just think from a physical perspective, he really looks good. And I think he'll appreciate another furlong. Last time was 5.5. This time 6.5. Races just run quite a bit different than a 5.5 furlong sprint off the turf at Saratoga. And also every time I see Blue Plate Special, I think of that line in the best racing movie ever made, Boots Malone. Give me the Blue Plate Special on a clean plate. And the 11 Woodside Warrior. He is an absolute standout here in the paddock. He would get the check mark, no doubt. This is a maiden claimer that looks more like a stakes performer. Mitch Friedman doing a terrific job having this horse ready. This horse didn't break particularly well last time, and he's a horse with speed, and they kind of changed things up, and he closed. So Mitch is looking for him to settle and make a run again, and he might have the perfect post to do that. But as far as looking physically, nobody looks better than Woodside Warrior.
Thanks, Richie. Taking a look at the 11, Woodside Warrior. Dylan Davis will be aboard off of that second place finish. Second beaten ahead as the field is coming on to the track right now. And quickly taking a look at the 1, Majestic Arc, Katie Davis.
Yeah, Majestic Arc did no running in an off-the-turf race. First time out, would have to turn his career around.
2 is Bad Larry, Manny Franco.
If it wasn't for my concerns about the inside part of the track, I would think he was a lead pipe cinch, but I'm concerned that he's going to be on a dead rail.
Rob Atra sends out the 3, War Prince.
Yeah, nothing really to like about his races. One race on dirt, and the War Dancers are just better on turf.
Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard the 4, Jose Lezcano Sin Nombre.
Yeah, they've tried this horse twice, got some speed. He is a new gelding, but nothing to recommend other than that.
Big long shot would spice up that pick 6, right? Impulsive spending, huge number, Jeremy Luprito.
I think we guarantee a pick 6 carryover if this one wins. Quite a few of them actually might get us there.
6 money for nothing, Jose Gomez rides.
Of course, has just shown absolutely nothing at any point in his career.
Matty Martin's going to be aboard the number 7. That's Testadura.
Ditto. It's just this is like a field of the haves and have-nots.
Bill Mott is going to send out the number 8 in Prix de West, and Irad Ortiz Jr. 6-1. You're getting on the 8.
He's not a have-not, but he's closer to Oliver Twist than not.
First-time starter, number 9, Dream Canteen, Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, he's a firster, so for that reason, I give him a look, and I actually picked him second. I'm always scared of Jorge Abreu, but not taking much money.
The 10 is Blue Plate Special, Jose Ortiz.
Hard horse to trust overall, because it's not like Linda Rice, the only good trainer that's had him, but I do think he's sort of the second likeliest winner.
The horse that Richie liked quite a bit coming out of the paddock, Woodside Warrior, Dylan Davis.
He's all Richie's. I thought he got a tremendous trip last time in a race that fell apart, and other than that, he's just not good enough.
That is the field here for race number 5, and we're going to throw it to JK here in just a moment. As JK, take a look at this field and looking towards the outside, maybe a first-time starter. What did you like in here in today's 5th?
Well, I always trust when Richie or Acacia or Maggie give their input about how a horse looked, especially with these lightly raced horses, don't have a lot of form to go on. Sometimes these horses can change when they change from racetrack to racetrack or grow up a little bit. So maybe there is something to be said about Richie's 11 there. Look, I thought the 2 made quite a bit of sense in here as a horse that just got involved in a fast pace last time at Saratoga, going the 7 furlongs. Now gets the little bit of the cutback. There's nothing I like too much more in racing than horses that make the lead early in a race that's longer than the one is today. So the 7 furlongs last time to the 6.5 here. I'm not crazy about the price on Bad Larry, because I actually thought when picking the horse that the 10 Blue Plate Special was going to take a lot more money. Maybe there will be a little bit money to come on the 10 Blue Plate Special. But like Andy, I don't necessarily trust this horse. This horse has run for $40,000 3 times, has never got the job done, and has done it for 3 legitimate trainers, and all 3 times took money. 3 good trainers, 3 times for 40, 3 times took money, 3 times lost. And that makes it hard for me to trust the 10. And then the other one that I wanted to mention was the 8 Prix de West. This is actually a little bit more of an attractive price. I thought this horse might come down a little bit as well. I just have a hard time when horses get bet in off-the-turf races and then show up on the dirt again after not running well. Well, what's different now? Now they're facing a bunch of dirt horses. Last time they were facing horses that either shouldn't have been on the turf. I just don't trust horses that don't run well on off-the-turf races and then show up back on the dirt. Look, it left me no other choice but to land on this 2 Bad Larry here. Hopefully the 10 takes a little bit of money to wrap this up, and the price can go up on the 2.
Thanks, JK. And now taking a look at the number 10 Blue Plate Special. Sitting at 7-2, and Jose Ortiz will have the ride here for trainer Linda Rice. And we're going to go back to a replay here. And this is a while back, actually, taking a look at this horse's second lifetime effort. A third, and this was over a muddy track right here at Aqueduct.
One of the reasons that Bad Larry is so enticing in here is the other horses in the race. I mean, races aren't really about how good your horse is, it's how good they are relative to the competition. And if a horse like this is the second likeliest winner, which he probably is, it just shows you how easy it's going to be. If Bad Larry runs his last race, he's going to beat this horse, unless he runs better than, frankly, he's ever run. Even in his second career start, the one we're looking at here on a wet track, those horses weren't that good. And with Brad Cox, was with Rick Dutrow, now with Linda Rice. It's not like Linda Rice from trainers that don't win. So yeah, I think he is the second likeliest winner, but he benefits from the post. Once again, I don't like to make too much of it, and you know, we've only seen 3 dirt races, and I don't want to absolutely declare biases, but we are seeing the way the 9 disappeared down the inside last race, the way Jester Song, who looked so logical, was going so strongly, and he sort of stopped going down the inside. Those are the kind of things that concern me about the inside.
And taking a look at a rider off right now, actually, and it looks like that's the number 4, Sin Nombre, and it looks like
he's getting a ride home.
Everything has been unsaddled there, so it looks like we'll have that scratch of the 4.
He's scratched.
There you go. So Jose Lezcano will not be aboard the 4 for trainer Ray Handel, but, you know, the horse was 14-1. You'll see that scratch.
At the end of the day, it's protecting, most importantly, the horse, but also the public as well. If you bet a horse and that horse gets scratched for the race, you're very glad you got your money back. That's as good as cashing.
Let's throw it right down to Richie and find out what's going on there. Late scratch here of the 4.
Yeah, late scratch, and for people that don't know, there are protocols in place, examining veterinarians stationed around the racetrack, particularly by the starting gate. If a rider doesn't feel something that he likes with a horse, doesn't feel like a horse is warming up properly, they go to the examining vet, and the horse is an automatic scratch. They don't quibble about it or argue with the rider. The horse will have an examination. He'll have to go through the protocols to be okayed to race again, working to the satisfaction of the state vet. And there'll be another day, even if there's nothing wrong. Better are on the side of caution. Horse that I didn't talk about in the paddock that I will talk about now is the 8 Prix de West. This horse, again, I've got to go with what I see physically, and I find it more important in lower level races than in, you know, better quality races, and particularly when we get to stakes kind of company. They all look good, and you're splitting hairs when you're trying to pick apart or discern who might be doing better than others. In lower level races, sometimes horses just stand out, and the 8 Prix de West, who did not catch my attention in the paddock, framed up beautifully on the racetrack, showed a great deal of energy. I liked what I saw from him, and then when you look at the form, I mean, he did attend a fast pace for a mile out of the Wilson Chute in Saratoga. 48 was a half that could be considered fast out of that chute, and Andy, I'm sure, can expand more about that with the short run up to the pole, but he was a horse, again, caught my eye on the racetrack. I'm going to stick with the 11 Woodside Warrior. Again, this horse was a standout physically on the racetrack as much as he was in the paddock. He could not be looking any better, and I just think that he gets a good setup today with that post. I think he's going to find himself with the right kind of trip. I was not enamored with anybody else, so I'm going with a horse that actually caught my eye.
Thanks, Richie. Taking a look at the 11 Woodside Warrior, who Richie does look quite a bit here. And we're going to take a look at a replay, actually, from the 11's last effort. And I guess the question is, can he do it once again and go do it back-to-back?
I'm showing the replay because, yes, technically, lacked room is not inaccurate. The problem is what he really got was a perfect trip. He just saved ground, cut the corner, saved ground, and then was able to sweetly angle out in a race that was collapsing. If the rail is bad, any of the 8, 9, 10, 11 can run. If the track is fair, I don't believe there's a chance there being the 2. I think the 2 is on a fair racetrack should be 4 to 5 in this race, personally. I know I'm giving a caveat because I think the rail might not be good, which is why I'm not betting. I don't think any of those horses have run close to as well as Bad Larry did last time. I think that people are underestimating just how well Bad Larry ran last time. I know Jonathan and I agree on this horse. This horse was involved in a very quick pace. Disappearance, a huge drop down for Rob Falcone. The second horse, a huge drop down for Chad Brown. That was an unusual maiden 20. This, an unusually tough maiden 20. This is an unusually weak maiden 30.
If Bad Larry continues to keep going, that's going to help you for your handicapping. A little bit later, I'm sure, maybe get you to that conclusion that you would like for later on the card.
If I were Manny Franco, I'd get off the rail immediately and get out the 4 path, but I don't think that's the kind of ride he rates to get.
John Embrial, he's got the start of the late pick 5, race 5. They're going that 6.5 furlongs. Here's Johnny I.
Field of 10 set to go 6.5 furlongs. Number 11 Woodside Warrior right up to the gate. Just a bit hesitant there. Woodside Warrior to complete the field from that outside post. This race 5 begins the late pick 5. We did have the late scratch of number 4, Sin Nombre. And Woodside Warrior is now in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Slow start for number 1, Majestic Arc. Prix de West, and on the outside, Woodside Warrior, and down at the rail, it's Bad Larry. 3 of them across, and Blue Plate Special is right there, a close-up 4th. Then comes Testadora, who is advancing in between horses from 5th. Money for Nothing is 6th. Majestic Arc, off slow, has advanced down on the inside. And then we come back to Dream Canteen, followed by Impulsive Spending. And War Prince is 10th and last. The quarter, 22 and 3/5 seconds. It is a battle up front. Prix de West and Woodside Warrior, they are heads apart for the lead as Blue Plate Special advances into 3rd. Bad Larry drops back at the rail in 4th, about to be passed on the outside by Money for Nothing, and then it is Majestic Arc and War Prince. The half in 45 and 3/5 seconds. Woodside Warrior has taken over the lead. Blue Plate Special on the outside, moving up into 2nd. Prix de West is down at the rail. Money for Nothing is next in 4th. It is Woodside Warrior, Blue Plate Special, trying to reel him in here in the final 16th. Here is Blue Plate Special on the outside to take over the lead. Blue Plate Special breaks his maiden, defeating Woodside Warrior at the end. And it looked like Bad Larry came back again to complete the trifecta.
There's the number 10 Blue Plate Special getting the job done. Familiar connections. Jose Ortiz aboard for trainer Linda Rice. She picks up another one.
And watching the gallop out, it's kind of interesting how well Bad Larry ran when he got off the rail and how the 11 drifted down towards the inside as the 10 drifted out, and that sort of made the difference. I think we're dealing with a classic dead rail here. And, you know, listen, the 11, Richie was right about Woodside Warrior. Give credit to 11, Jose Ortiz staying outside, Linda Rice getting the win. Is that Linda's first win of the Aqueduct meet?
No. Linda Rice?
Yeah.
She won earlier today.
Okay, second.
Yeah.
I was looking at 0 for 8 when I printed these, but I printed these about a month ago. I think we drew these around Saratoga on Travers Day.
That was a test.
Anyway, no, it wasn't. You don't realize how brain dead I am. Regardless, this horse gets it done, and congrats to the connections. But Richie was right about Woodside Warrior. You know how fast that pace is for these horses? They're flying out there. And yeah, the 11 was in the best part of the track, but he really ran the best race. But I do think that it's very interesting going forward. Horses that are down towards the inside in this track, you do not want to be there.
Yeah, Blue Plate Special running down Woodside Warrior, who was much closer to the action early, went 22 and 3 at Saratoga, but this horse was 13 lengths off of that pace, was much closer today. Woodside Warrior gets run down by the 10 and Blue Plate Special. And Bad Larry, you know, coming back, and maybe that teaches you something, again, for the later sequences. This is the start of the late pick 5, but maybe the late pick 4, you start to take a look at that a little bit from your handicapping.
I think you have to. I mean, I think you have to look at horses. Jolly Miss Jill. Now, Kendrick Carmouche is a rider that's often aware of rails, so even though she's the speed, he's going to break from the outside and probably look to stay off of it. I'm just sort of looking through live horses, and we've only got one race left on the dirt, but it is something to remember going forward. You can always look at my track trends, and I'm going to be listing this as a dead rail.
All right. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, they get another victory. They pair up once again at 5-2. We've got more racing action coming up here, and we start to get into the late pick 4, too, on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our Sacred Spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. We're going to take it right to Richie Migliore. He's got the winning connections. I believe he's got Jose Ortiz down there talking about today's fifth.
Thank you, Chris. And worked out a really good trip with Blue Plate Special. He was fairly close to the pace. Were you expecting to be up that close?
Yeah, that was the plan. I mean, it was a big field, but we are expecting to break good and put ourselves in forward position.
You know, he was drawn towards the outside. You only had Woodside Worry outside of you. And it seems like watching the early races, the outside portion of the track has been playing very well. Do you feel, have you noticed that, or have you felt that out there?
Well, no, I've only this is my second ride today. And this is my first ride on the dirt, so I mean I was draw there, so I was forced to be there, and I had plenty horse to go around. But I was following the right horse on Dylan horse, and I felt like I had a horse in the quarter pole. He go away. He opened up like 2 lengths, but I had enough to catch him up late.
Jose, your relationship and the success that you have with Linda Rice is really special, but you put a lot of time in there in the mornings. Give us a little bit of an idea of your normal day.
Well, the night before, obviously, Steve, my agent, texts me the workers, and almost every day I get on 2 or 3 for Linda. And yeah, I go there, put my radio on, get my green shirt, and go out there and breathe the horses. Try to do as best job as we can. Linda communicates very well in the radio, and we try to work every horse just as she wants, because she's prepping them for a race. So I'm just happy she trusts me, and it's been a good ride, riding most of her horses this year, and we've been very successful, so hopefully we can keep it up.
Congratulations, great job here. And it's so much fun for a rider when they have a trainer that has so much confidence in him and you work closely, you become such a key part of the team.
Thanks again, Richie, as he was down there with winning jockey Jose Ortiz, and Linda Rice picking up her second training victory of the afternoon as she continues her winning ways here in New York. And you do see Jose Ortiz aboard the number 10 Blue Plate Special. Still not quite sure what a Blue Plate Special is. I'll work.
The early. That's like the.
I'll work on that.
That's like the early bird special, isn't that? Or is the Blue Plate Special like a special dish or something?
I just order and
stop in some diners on the way to the Meadowlands tonight and find out for us and report back.
Race 6 is going to be coming up here. We are going to be on the turf. Only one more dirt race, as you did point out, but you got the Hettinger. You got a nice turf race here, 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf, and you got the scratch up the 9 in Ichiban.
Yeah, I think this is a wide open race. I'm not a fan of the entry. I'd probably be more interested in virtual reality than one if she were on her own, because she'd be a much bigger price. I think Tangential has to improve a great deal for her return race. She's Mo Bubbly's okay. I mean, I don't think I'll be surprised. Honestly, it's a little tough to make the 3 Embrace Me. Beyond that, I don't think there's a horse in this race without a chance.
That's going to be coming up, and you said I should start beating traffic, so I'm going to jump out of here. I'm out.
9 of your next 10 are on the turf.
Yes, they are. They are. I'm going to be doing that, but Acacia Clement is going to be joining Andy Serling. Thanks again, and we'll be right back here with today's 6th race and Acacia here on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200. 200 down to in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BF Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Demarche, he's the only son of Dubawi that stands in North America, and he's been well received, and he continues to get plenty of mares and support from his from breeders. His first foals are 2 years old now, so he's a first crop sire. Likely to be turf, but the turf is just as popular here in America, it seems like, as dirt anymore. This summer, you look for them once they start running on the turf, and in New York and Kentucky, for that matter. I think we'll start seeing some more Demarches hit the track. Peter Brandt was a huge supporter, sent some off to France, and they should be running here pretty soon over there as well. So hopefully he gets started off well on both continents. His foals are very uniform. They're just like him, kind of smaller made for American standards. A little bit turfy, which is, like I said, you'd expect being a son of Dubawi. We need a good turf sire here in America. Hopefully Demarche can slip right in there and be at the top of the list.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We're continuing on this lovely Friday afternoon. I'm Acacia Lamont stepping in. I hope you were nice to Chris Griffin.
I love Chris. We had a great time together.
I think
he's heading over for his big night at the Meadowlands. This is our first time together since back at Belmont, I think.
I know. Well, we did Talking Horses together.
We have,
yes,
that's true.
yes,
but I think
did.
on this
yeah,
show.
we have not done America's Day at the Races together
good to see
for a
you.
while. Nice to see you as well. Yes, Andy was Mr. Universe back in his day, in case you didn't
12
know.
years ago.
12 years
She was going to be
ago.
Miss America. I was going to be Mr. Universe. Not a surprise to anybody.
It all makes sense.
Mitch beat me, actually.
It all makes sense. Coming up today, we still have the John Hettinger to look forward to for the New York bred fillies and mares, and a very intriguing race here, Andy. The main track only's scratched as we are on the turf, at least today. It's sunny and dry and a beautiful afternoon. And the big question does evolve around, are we going to see a repeat of what happened in the Yaddo Handicap? Nugenia was a surprise this day. She circled the field with a huge performance. Can she repeat it?
And listen, you're obviously very close to the Clement barn, and I'm sure they have the same questions that horse players do. Who was this
we were all
Virginia,
surprised.
and are we going to see this kind of effort today? And if she's just turned the corner and is suddenly a new horse, then she's probably going to win again. Was there some give in the ground that she just sort of loved and nobody else did? It's a strange performance because it's so much better than any race she ran, and it's not as though it's not like she was improving in gradual steps. This was an outlandishly good performance. If she runs it, she'll win. As a bettor, I'm going to bet against her doing it again. I prefer the 5 Spongy over What Love Looks Like, but I'm very intrigued to see what we get from Nugenia today.
I wasn't in the paddock for that Yaddo, but I do remember Maggie Wolfendale saying that she had improved physically as far as weight and the muscle mass that she was carrying. Maybe it was a horse that was flourishing at the right time. Unfortunately, she, like so many turf horses this summer in Saratoga, was hindered, not able to run on the grass prior to that. Obviously, she's not a dirt horse. Maybe she's improving, but of course, we'll get a chance to see if she can repeat it. Intriguing with Spongy and Runaway Rumor out of that race, too. Could they step forward?
No Runaway Rumors for me. She's got another new trainer, as that connection seemed to switch trainers quite a bit. I just don't think she has it anymore, but I think What Love Looks Like ran well last time. It was a fast pace, contentious pace. She was wide attacking that pace, and I think Spongy will run a lot better second off a layoff. I prefer her, but listen, Nugenia is scary.
A fun race coming up a little bit later on, the John Hettinger. That'll be at race 8, and that is part of the races still to come on our show. We still have races 6 through 9. We're fast and firm today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. And don't forget, you can play all of the action with Naira Bets. We hope that you have a Naira Bets account already, but if you don't, now's the perfect opportunity to do so. You can sign up, get started, and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. There is the 1A Tangential winner last time out. She's part of the favored entry, 2-1 in the paddock right now as we get ready for the 6th race and the start of today's late pick 4, going a mile and 3/16 on the turf. We'll talk more about the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside, and
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vekoma the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, New York City's racetrack here at Aqueduct in South Ozone Park as Belmont at the Big A meet continues. We have race 6 coming up. This is a mile and 3/16 for the fillies and mares. Nice allowance on the grass. And there is Tangential, last out winner, as this was a filly who just missed behind Coral, who has talent last year towards the end of her 2-year-old season, Andy, and then we didn't see her again until August. She got the win, but now she is stepping into deeper waters today.
And Chad Brown's numbers, while they're solid with his horses off of maiden wins, they don't suggest the horses take big steps forward. And I think she has to improve in all likelihood. Now, maybe she will with more distance, but she couldn't have gotten a better trip than she got this day. It was a kind of subpar field. And listen, off a layoff, going long, but Chad Brown isn't ready. So it's not like you're surprised when they're ready to go. I'll be honest with you, I think Virtual Reality, whose second dam was a very good turf runner, she's a little bit interesting as a cloud computing first time in the grass, but you can't bet her because you're saddled with Tangential. So for me, I'm pitching this entry.
5-2 in the entry right now. Favoritism shifting over to She's Mo Bubbly to the outside. For more in the rest of this field, though, let's get a paddock report from Richie Migliori.
Yeah, guys, I'll be brief because the horses are making their way out onto the track. And the 4 Pentagon just looks the picture. I love everything I'm seeing from a physical perspective. Trained by Shug McGaughey, you don't expect anything less. And this is a horse that I think makes some sense on paper as well. So you get the double check mark when you like the way they look from a physical perspective, and you can make a case for them on form. The 6, Avenue Niel, I really like this filly. She had the 1 start and kind of got a ridiculous trip with a really aggressive middle move. Even though she got through on the inside, it was just too much too soon. And I like the way she reacted to the race. Being from Europe, you don't know what you're going to get the second start, how they're going to act. She's settled, she's comfortable, looks the picture, really making a nice impression.
All right, Richie, thank you. Avenue Niel, I was in the paddock for that last race and thought that she would need one from a fitness perspective, and certainly in her second start in the U.S., and he talked about that middle move that she made. She could improve. More on her in a moment, though. Andy, we'll go through the rest of the field. Here's Virtual Reality, first time on the turf.
Yeah, if you like Courier Sal with the other half of the entry, dragging the price down at some point, maybe 2033, we'll be able to bet on the horses we like.
Tangential, last out winner.
Yeah, I think she's overbet here. She'll have to improve.
Here's Rambeek, getting to go a little bit longer than she likes.
She's a crazy overlay in my opinion. I know she was picking up pieces behind Avenue Niel, but she did just finish behind her, and she's kind of the one to beat. And last time out, she had no chance whatsoever.
Big price on Embrace Me.
She looks to be way overmatched.
Richie had some good things to say about the 4 Pentagon.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as been pointed out, her last turf race has proven to be a fairly live race. I just wonder why she hasn't run in New York up until her last race off the turf, and I preferred others.
We know Sister Bridget's going to the front.
She's quick. She was a runoff last time in the Boston Spa.
Avenue Niel, second off the layoff.
I think she's the horse to beat in here. Probably moved too soon. Probably needed a race. Blah, blah, blah. Looks logical to me.
Last out winner, another for Shug McGaughey, Biloxi Blues.
Maybe we'll show you the replay so you can see just how ridiculous that close with the rush comment is, but she could improve for Shug. She got a very good trip and ride last time, though.
She's Mo Bubbly, won on the dirt last time out.
Yeah, but her turf races were okay. She was second to the solid Highland Grace. That makes her logical here, but she's way over bet to be 2-1 with Irad. She's just one of the ones that can win here. I prefer the 6. Avenue Niel, I'm betting on the number 2 Rambeek because I think this price is ridiculous, and I'm going to try to get her in the exact. I think this is a wide open race.
There's a look at the number 7 Biloxi Blues. Won at Colonial last time out, and 2 back in April. She was getting out pretty significantly. She was very rank, hard to handle. What did you see from this last race in terms of the closing kick that she had?
She's got a perfect trip. She saved ground. I mean, there's no trip you want more in a turf race, right? A 2-turn turf race. Sit in the rail and angle out and get a little bit of pace in front of you. This is not closing with a rush. This is me in a rush. You know, like lumbering along, just sort of getting there in time.
Yeah, Andy doesn't walk that fast.
I walk fast, but I'm not fast, if you know what I mean. But I don't know what about that looked like closing with a rush. But nonetheless, she ground out the victory with a very good ride and trip. But on the other hand, she's 7-1. Yeah. And I think that's a very fair price in her because she has plenty of upside. And I think this is a race sort of where you're looking at upside, right? I think you're looking for upside with the 1 or 1A, particularly the 1A is probably the one getting bet. You're looking for upside with her, but don't you want to take a little bit better of a price? So maybe the 7, if you're looking for upside, is the right one to price.
Got the win last time, much more settled throughout her trip, as we just saw. For more on Biloxi Blues, let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, so often when you get to these races, mile and 3/16, mile and a quarter, a lot of times I think that it's a lot less. It has a lot to do with what you see on paper, but also what horses are going to appreciate the distance. Because some of them might look great, look like killers going a mile. But then you find them in a spot like this, it can be a little bit more challenging. That was the thing I liked about Biloxi Blues, just the way she finished there. I agree with Andy. There was nothing really necessarily a rush about that. But she was very grindy in her finish. She got a nice trip, but she just kept coming. And feels like being a Tappet, being a half to Broadway Boogie who ran well going long, it feels like Biloxi Blues really will appreciate this added distance. And the price that you're going to get, because horses like the 8 and the 6 are going to take so much money, is what I kind of gravitated towards with the 7 Biloxi Blues. She'll be my top pick in here, but I do want to point out with the 8, she's Mo Bubbly. So horse that got switched to the turf and ran extremely well at Belmont, closing into a slow pace. One of my favorite angles in turf racing is horses that can close into a slow pace. 3 races back, she's Mo Bubbly, did exactly that. The figure's a little bit light, but I really think that performance is significantly better than it looks on paper. Then she comes back and catches 2 off-the-turf races and ran extremely well on the dirt. And I think she's probably better on the turf. Now, there's a whole lot that I'm hoping is going to happen here, and she's the favorite, which is why I ended up picking the 7, but I did want to bring some attention to the 8, She's Mo Bubbly. I do think she is very live in here to win this race.
Getting back onto the turf, Jonathan, where she did run very well. And she, though she was in the body of the race last time, she had the foundation of a 1.25 miles. There were really only 2 horses in that race that really could run on the dirt, and She's Mo Bubbly and Paris Style, who were 1, 2.
Right. I disagree with Jonathan. I agree with him that she's live on the turf. I don't agree that she ran extremely well on the dirt. She caught the biggest speed track we've had in years in New York in her last start. And as you say, it was an uncompetitive race, and she just got loose on a runoff. So her last race is an exaggeration of her skills. She showed that she could run on a dirt track, but if she were to run a scheduled dirt race, I would love to bet against her. I won't be shocked if she runs well today. I just feel, and Jonathan took the horse I was talking about, if you're looking for a horse on the come, and the horses kind of on the come are the 1A and the 8 and the 7, why not take the 7 at least at a bigger price? Why are her figures any worse than those horses? So I just think that Rombeek is an overlay at 14-1. Rombeek in her last start was caught super wide in that race. She never had a fair chance at all. She was wide in the first turn. She was wide on the second turn.
And too short for her.
And it's too short, right. And it was dominated in the front end. I just think the distance will suit her better. I don't love her, but she's the kind of horse that could get a piece of this if she gets the right trip, and drawing the rail is not going to hurt her. I don't love her, but she shouldn't be that price.
13-1 on Rombeek right now. Very intriguing race as we go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, the things that I saw in the paddock really didn't change much from what I saw in the warm-up. I continue to like the 4 from a physical perspective. I liked everything I saw on the racetrack from her warm-up, and I do think I can make a case for her on paper as well. I just thought it was really interesting. Some of the races she's come out of have been very productive. And then my top choice is the 6, Evan Danielle. I like this horse a lot. I just, her trip last time, and then from a physical perspective, she gets the true double check mark. You know, in a perfect world, you like a horse on paper, you like their form, you kind of, you know, handicapped it, and then when you see the horse, you feel even more confidence, and that's how I feel about the 6, the Christophe Comant trainee.
Avenue Niel now 2-1, made that middle move on debut, and as I mentioned, definitely needed that race from a fitness perspective. You could see it in the paddock, and she absolutely could take a step forward.
And it also fits the Clement bill in the sense that their horses off layoffs usually need a race going along on the turf. Their Euros often need a race coming in. So I thought she ran perfectly fine in that race, given the distance, given the layoff, and the premature move. She's supposed to run well today. I picked her. I'm not rushing to bet her at 5-2, but I agree that she's the horse to beat in here because I prefer her more established form. On the other hand, listen, horses like the 1A and the 8 could improve. The thing to be at the entry is I think that the 1 is an interesting horse. She'd be a much, much bigger price on her own.
She actually has a little turf pedigree on the bottom.
She does, yeah. So, but the Gaming Commission has got to change the rule. I think horse players are smart enough and they understand the game well enough they should be allowed, as 2023, to bet on the half of the entry that they like and not get saddled with a lesser price because horses are in entries. There's no chicanery. Everybody's trying to win. And to suggest otherwise is an insult really to the people in the game. And I feel as strongly as you can that they need to change this rule. We at NYRA would like to change the rule, and it's for the better of everybody. Nobody wants to get saddled with a horse they don't like. Yeah, and once in a while, the other half wins and it bails you out, but that's not the point. You should be allowed to bet the one you want.
One of the greatest things about betting on horse racing is you feel like you're making a guess where you've put the work in, it's your opinion, and you're going off of that. It's not just dumb luck.
No, that's exactly right. It's an intellectual pursuit.
Right.
And we all understand we're going to lose more races than you win.
Sure.
You're trying to find the right prices so that you can overcome that, but you can overcome the situation, but if you're betting horses that are 4-1 all the time and, just being common, you win 30% of the time, you're going to make money. I mean, that's a way simplification. The game's not that easy. But you don't want to get settled the other half. And the other thing is that many jurisdictions in the country that is the case. There are no entries. There
Right.
are no entries in Florida.
Right.
And I believe that it should be a national policy. There should not be entries.
Well, if you like any part of the entry in this race in the 6, you're getting 7-2 right now. Last out winner Tangential and first-time turf runner Virtual Reality. The favorite still, the number 8, She's Mo Bubbly, to the outside as they make their way onto the turf. In fact, co-favorite with the 6, Avenue Niel. There is Tangential, who got the win last time out, and we'll see if she can repeat that. It is also, there's a couple questions for her to answer today, too, Andy. She's stepping in to face winners for the first time, and it'll be the furthest that she's ever gone.
Yeah, and the distance is an equalizer. I think She's Mo Bubbly, and I think you'll agree, should have no problem with the distance.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And one thing to point out, with this race starting virtually at the top of the stretch, post position doesn't become that relevant in the sense that you have enough time going almost a quarter mile to that turn to get position.
Pick 4 kicking off here, a fun race on the turf. We'll see who gets the distance and who runs their best effort today. Fillies and Mares on the grass. John Umbriel has the call.
Reality, Biloxi Blues, and She's Mo Bubbly. And they're all in for race 6. And they're off. Bit of a slow break there for number 6, Avenue Niel. She is now moving up in between horses. It is Sister Bridget, and from the outside, She's Mo Bubbly moves up. Sister Bridget, narrow lead. She's Mo Bubbly runs in second. Then it's Virtual Reality, who is headstrong there down at the rail. Pentagon is next in fourth, also a bit hyped up there as they go into the clubhouse turn. Then comes Tangential. The gray Biloxi Blues is on the outside. Followed by Rombeek down at the rail, Avenue Niel, and the trailer is Embrace Me in ninth. The quarter, 23-2. Sister Bridget leading here by a length. She's Mo Bubbly is in second with Biloxi Blues on the outside. In third by a head. Virtual Reality is down at the rail, and alongside is Pentagon, who is in fifth, but just 3.5 lengths off the lead. Then comes the trio of Tangential, Avenue Niel, and Rombeek, and Embrace Me continues to trail. Half mile and 49-1 as they continue up the Aqueduct backstretch. It is Sister Bridget, 3/4 of a length. She's Mo Bubbly running in second with Biloxi Blues. And Virtual Reality heads apart third and fourth. Pentagon being asked for more in fifth. Rombeek is down at the rail in sixth. Avenue Niel is in seventh, still about 7 lengths from the lead. 3/4 and 1-14. She's Mo Bubbly now up to challenge Sister Bridget for the lead. And the two of them come into the lane together. She's Mo Bubbly on the outside and Sister Bridget down at the rail. And then it is a Pentagon, Virtual Reality. Rombeek looking for a way through, and Avenue Niel kicks in on the outside. Here is Avenue Niel, and she blows by them all. Avenue Niel off a step slow, but much the best through the lane. She wins it over the late closing Rombeek.
Avenue Niel with her second start here stateside gets the victory. How about our girl Rombeek coming up the inside too? Andy, we said she was too big a price. She will round out the exacta.
Yeah, this horse was much the best, though. She blew the break. I mean, it wasn't, she broke a length slow. She did a very good job of getting right into the race. She didn't lose a lot more after that, but Joelle was very confident with her, and she just proved to be better than these horses, it turned out. I mean, listen, the 4 got a very nice trip. Pentagon, she ran fine to finish third. She's Mo Bubbly, just not good enough. Tangential was ridiculously overbet in here, and I got a nice little trip there with the 2, Rombeek getting up for second, which produced a nice exacta.
Turf debut for the other part of the entry, Virtual Reality. She was very tough to handle in the first turn early on in the race for Manny Franco, which sometimes can happen when fillies get on the grass for the first time. They almost get too keen and too revved up. And she didn't break well either, and then kind of rushed up after that. Maybe one to follow moving forward, maybe a little bit less distance, I'm not sure, but she was just really expending a lot of energy early in a distance race.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And it's not, I don't want to say the race completely fell apart, but it did seem like the closers kind of dominated here, and you want horses more forward. In this particular case, though, the winner was just the best horse in the race, and we sort of outlined why she might be before the race, but it's a lot easier to outline before the race, and quite often you're wrong. In this particular case, she proved to be best. And Rombeek was just an overlay at 15-1.
benefited from having that start under her belt. Her second race here stateside, she had some class with the races she had run over in France, and we knew distance wasn't going to be a problem for her. 6-2-4-3 with the victory in race 6. Belmont at the Big A. Bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Tip number 1, sale time, folks. We're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 6 in the books. It was Avenue Niel in her second start in the United States to get the victory. Joel Rosario in the saddle. Rombeek up for second. A nice exacta there, Andy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Rombeek getting second. Almost $80 for $2 the exacta. But Avenue Niel, that was just best.
6-2-4-3. Let's go down to Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm here with somebody that you're a bit familiar with, Christophe Comant. And this filly last time, Avenue Niel, she kind of got keen and maybe did too much in the middle. Is that something you discussed with your rider, like Joel Rosario, to kind of hold her up and be a little bit more patient?
And absolutely, but also when we went the last time, she went unfit by design, thinking that the race will bring her to where she needed to be. And she made a big sweeping move in the last race and flattened out, typical of an unfit horse. Today she's a much fitter horse. She got a great trip. It's a fun filly. My brother found the Arcel last year in France, and I'm just delighted.
Where do you go from her with her from here? I mean, this was a really nice run, decent allowance race. What are you looking at for her?
Yeah, you just keep eligible. You could go back in a two other than. And then, you know, you got these races going long in the fall, Long Island, that kind of races. She will stay further. She will stay mile and 8, mile and a half. I think we're in very good position. I'm just grateful to my owners who've been very patient. It took me a while to get her there. But at least she's there now. And I think we should have a lot of fun with her.
Christophe, you have always been so good, particularly at races in the fall, like the Long Island handicap. How do you kind of decipher what horses, because we get a lot of softer ground that time of year, that will excel on softer ground?
Two things. First of all, the one we usually do better in the fall are the one that you started later in the year. If you start like in January and February, by the time you get to October and November, it's a pretty long year, number one. Number two, on soft, you just have to try them. And some of them can handle it, some can't. Usually, you know, horses who are a little bit too keen, a bit too free, don't do too well on the softer turf. But unless you try, you never know, really.
Christophe, thank you so much. Congratulations. Great insight from a master horseman who, by the way, I'm going to say it just straight out, it's just ridiculous he's not in the Hall of Fame yet.
I voted for him twice. I voted for him. I think I agree with Richie. I think he belongs in the Hall of Fame as well.
I don't vote, and I'm biased, but I agree as well.
Yeah, I have no problem saying he belongs in the Hall of Fame. He's had a tremendous career. He continues to have one. And his point, I think, is very good about the softer ground. Soft ground plays no favorites. And so you're better off in some ways taking a little bit more of a shot with a horse, a bigger price horse, because you have less to lose kind of. And then some of them just like it. And I think his point is well taken. And one of the things I like about the fall when you get in the turf is you don't get that firmer turf. You're going to have to be able to handle the turf. Sure. You know, sometimes in the summer months when we don't, there are summers we don't get rain. I know it doesn't feel like this was one. And the horse gets so baked, you'll get unrealistic performances. And a lot of horses that are turf horses just won't like it really that firm at all. Whereas in the fall, once you get into October, it's never going to dry that completely because you're never going to get that hot for an extended period of time. So I really like the fall turf racing. And I know we have rain expected this weekend, but we had a lot of rain last fall. Let's hope that we get a little less this year and we can get a good season of turf racing again because there's a lot of good turf racing to come.
Yeah, looking forward to all of that. And as you saw, the turf here at the Big A looking tremendous. Our crew does an amazing job keeping it in tip-top shape. Entry defeated in the 6th race, $6.60 winner. 2 races down as far as that Lake Pick 5 sequence is concerned. Christophe Common, of course, still has Eugenia coming up in the John Hettinger to see if she can make it 2 stakes wins in a row. First, though, we have race 7 coming up, a mile on the main track, and the starter allowance for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Tepid favorite right now in Mersal, and I think that's just kind of this type of race, Andy. This is a tricky one to really kind of land on somebody.
I agree. I preferred Mersal because she was wide, and I thought the rail was an advantage last time, and I think with her running style, staying off the inside will help her chances here. But I agree. I don't have a strong opinion. I think Diamond Collector will run better. And with Jolly Michelle, who's the speed in here, I don't think you're going to see Kendrick Carmouche wanting to get anywhere near the rail. Guys like Kendrick Carmouche, Trevor McCarthy, riders that spent a lot of their careers riding in a place like Parks, where Kendrick rode, Laurel for Trevor, they have a lot more biases there. So they're riders that are much more used to biases and therefore are much quicker to pick up on them. Around here, we deal with fair track so frequently. I think the riders are kind of spoiled a lot, and they're often not as quick to pick up on it as guys like Kendrick and Trevor.
Well, we'll see how it does play out coming up in the 7th race. Here's a look at what's coming up this weekend. Andy touched on some exciting action still to come. We have plenty of stakes coming up on the show, both at Belmont at the Big A and Parks for Pennsylvania Derby Day. Of course, with the weather in the forecast, Andy, we're assuming those turf races, the Ashley Cole and the Noble Damsel here in New York, will likely be off the turf, but the good thing about both of those is that there are plenty of main track only runners in there as well to make it pretty interesting races on top of it.
I'm going to argue that the Ashley Cole is a better betting race in some ways on the dirt, and I think the guy Bob is also a Noble Damsel, I should say, and even the Ashley D. Cole. I don't know why my brain threw the Gallant Bob in there. Ashley Cole, of course, features off the turf the winner of the Albany, the impressive horse Drake's Passage, who's looked so good. I think Anoho is dangerous in there as well, and obviously Dr. Ardita.
Take a look, though, at the America's Best Racing race of the week. It will be the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby at Parks, a mile and an eighth on the main track for the 3-year-olds, and really does revolve around the likes of Saudi Crown. Just missed in the Dwyer behind Fort Bragg, just missed in the Jim Dandy behind Forte, and a horse that stretched out to the 9 furlongs last time. And I remember Brad Cox telling me earlier in the day, Andy, that maybe he's not the most physically imposing type of horse, but he has this even running style, and he moves like a horse that wants distance to carry that speed, and that's exactly what he did with a huge effort that day.
I mean, unless you want to make some case that he's a sprinter that got lucky on the wet track going long the first time, I think he will be a real favorite in the Pennsylvania Derby. I think he should be the favorite in there, and I'm going to tell you something. I think there's an argument to be made that he's as talented as any 3-year-old out there right now.
Yeah, huge last time.
He is very, very good, this horse, and I believe he'll be very tough to beat in the Pennsylvania Derby.
And right after that, Jim Dandy, Brad Cox said they were pointing to the Pennsylvania Derby. This has been the plan for him all along, that beautiful gray son of Always Dreaming, with some really good effort. Still lightly raced, only 4 races so far, and those 2 near misses in Graded Stakes Company, looking for the first Graded Stakes win of his career. And Magic Tap is another horse we saw draw at Saratoga. He will step into Graded Stakes Company for the first time, and I spoke to Steve Asmussen after his win, and he said, it took him a little time to kind of get this horse on the right track, but he says, I've always felt there's a lot in there, and last time he kind of showed what Steve had seen in the mornings.
If somebody told me they had a crystal ball and the only thing they could tell me is that Saudi Crown doesn't win this race, I'd bet on
Yes,
him.
me too.
Because I think he's improving. I love when Steve has lightly raced improving horses. There's no trainer in the game better at getting these horses to improve. Film Star, who he ran down fair and square, has won 2 subsequent starts, albeit a very soft spot here last week. He doesn't need the lead, but he can be forward. I think Magic Tap is a major, major player in this race, and it could be potentially a major player going into next year.
I agree. I think he's very exciting, very talented, and a horse that really seems to be flourishing and getting good at the right time. Will be a fun race coming up on Saturday for the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. And I always enjoy the second half of the year for the 3-year-olds of who is really kind of the men stepping away from the boys.
And it'll be interesting to see what they do. Do these horses want to run in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile against a Cody's Wish?
Yep.
Are they want to take a shot in the Classic? Do some maybe come back and run the Cigar Mile towards the end of the year? I think it'll be interesting. Maybe the Clark for some horses as well, a race that really got Gun Runner going as he headed that 4-year-old year. There's a lot of good races, and I think the promise of having some nice 4-year-olds running next year is very helpful because, as we've seen, the older horses this year have not been the most scintillating group.
The good news is it looks like the 3-year-olds really are, though. We'll see what happens this weekend, but horses in the paddock first and foremost for the 7th race coming up. There's Marcel. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the field after this quick break.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
They're coming to the top of the stretch, and it is
Fortunate Damsel's still there, but Path of Thunder is right there with her. Bright Abundance switched to the outside for the run into the last furlong. Humoristic is coming down the center of the race course. My Lordship is in between horses. Stupendous Miss toward the inside. Asti trying to find her way through now. Down to the final 16th, and Bright Abundance has come away with the lead. Path of Thunder, here's My Lordship, final try. Asti toward the rail, down to the finish, and Bright Abundance wins.
The 2005 Noble Damsel with Bright Abundance. Richie Migliori aboard as Richie. We love getting a chance to see you with some of those big stakes wins, and always fun to look back on those races.
Yeah, and for a terrific horse trainer, and Christophe Camant got that one done. Bright Abundance was a sweetheart. She was a lovely ride. I mean, she just would do anything you asked of her. If you wanted a rate, you put your hands down. She came back to you. You needed to go forward to get position. She would do that. She really was a fun ride, and I was just very privileged to be her partner that day, Acacia.
John Kelly. A nice performance. Andy and I were just looking at the chart from that race day. And Andy, you were just saying, as soon as we pulled up that clip, you said, I really liked Bright Abundance.
I loved her. And I was saying to you, I was thinking for some reason it was Moiglaire Stud, because I knew it was the green silks. I knew those dark green silks. But
John
we were looking
Kelly,
at it, and she was a very nice horse in a big field there, and a nice ride from the MIG.
Take a look.
Pretty good, you know, the MIG.
I've heard that.
He was pretty good.
I've heard that. He's won a lot of races here at the Big A.
The man.
He was... You were Mr. Universe, Richie was Mr. Belmont
The
Park.
MIG won over 4,500 races, and very few of them were not in the major leagues. He's a great rider in his day.
And we're lucky we get to hear his insight each and every day here. Here's a look at this year's Noble Damsel. Again, the weather going to be a big, big piece of what happens tomorrow. Quite a few main track onlys, and even several horses in the body of the race, though, Andy, with strong dirt form.
Yeah, I mean, Sunset Louise, you almost wonder if they were sort of hoping come off. Gerrymander, I know they were going to run her on the turf, but they can't be unhappy if that race gets run off for her. And turns out to be, I think, a pretty interesting race rained off the turf, because in all likelihood, we won't be running on the grass tomorrow.
We'll see what happens with the weather tomorrow afternoon. Of course, we always hope that we get a chance to run races as they're scheduled, but we can't control Mother Nature. Horses in the paddock for the 7th race today, a mile on the main for this starter allowance. The number 4 Proud Foot on the screen right now for Linda Rice, looking for her second win today. For more on the horses in this field, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And I just think this is a very competitive heat here. Talking about horses purely from a physical perspective here in the paddock, the 4 Proud Foot making the right impression. You know, Linda Rice does good work. She's got that rich, hydrated coat that we talk about that just speaks to a horse's overall general good health, as does the 5 Bonadou for Rudy Rodriguez. And honestly, this horse would absolutely get the paddock check mark. Just a little bit of a standout from that physical perspective that we talk about. You know, she did just break her maiden for 30. Feels like she'd have to, you know, maybe take another step forward to be competitive here, but physically, absolutely making all the right impressions. The 6 Diamond Collector, another Linda Rice trainee, another one caught my eye with the coat, and the 7 Jolly Miss Jill, Michelle Giangiulio does a really good job. She goes to her, to me, I think her go-to rider in Kendrick Carmouche, and another one just making a nice impression. And you know, she's very proficient at the mile, 2 tries at the mile distance with a win in the 3rd. Again, a competitive heat, but those are the horses that really caught my eye here in the paddock, Acacia.
All right, Richie, thank you. Very competitive race coming up here. Jolly Miss Jill, who's on your screen right now, she does have that early speed. She will send to the inside. And Andy, you brought up before the break about how you don't want to be on the inside. And Kendrick Carmouche is one of those guys, as you mentioned, who always seems to spot the bias. It's been, you know, interviews with him on the show in the past where he's pointed out something that he's noticed from the track. And you can expect that he'll have this one out to the front and off of the rail.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's speed that's a problem. I just think the horses that have gone down the inside have really evaporated. And think about the way the favorite came back on in race number 5 to get 3rd once off the rail. So I think you're going to see Kendrick go to the front of Jolly Miss Jill, but I don't think you're going to look to see him moving in at all. I think he'll stay out in the middle of the racetrack, and I would expect that to happen. Now, I don't love her chances regardless, but that would help her chances. I prefer Mersal, should be moving outside of horses. I also think Diamond Collector is dangerous as well.
Richie Magliore talking with Kendrick in the
He'll
paddock.
talk to anybody, Kendrick, boy.
Yeah, he's socializing down there, Richie.
Yeah, Richie's having fun. Kendrick's glad to get
nice
away.
out today, though.
Kendrick's glad to
He's
get away
enjoying
from, though.
himself. Kendrick with Michelle and Jen Julio getting ready to get a leg up on Jolly Miss Jill. As far as Marcel is concerned, talking about biases, you felt she was up against it last time out.
Yeah, I think the rail was the place to be in her last start. And while Jolly Miss Jill was on the rail, she moved in the two-path in the stretch. The winner actually came up the fence. I thought Marcel was compromised by that. And her prior race was very good against a better field, in my opinion. She's not going to have a problem in the mile, as evidenced by her 2 wins in a mile. I just thought she was very logical. But once again, she's going to have to stay off the inside.
Into Happiness that day, two back, was so far back and ran everybody down late. Part of a terrific summer for Mark Hennig. As Marcel is 5-2 at the moment as they make their way out. We'll meet the field, starting things off with the Rob Falcone runner, Freudian.
She was awful last time out. In fact, she was the short making her entry made a short price, and her entry made was second in there. It would have been a big price in her own. Another reason to get rid of entries.
Dolce Sarah stretching out in distance.
It's interesting that Joel Rosario takes the mountain here, but she just doesn't have races that make her a major competitor.
Here's Marcel, 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, thought she was logical here. Manny needs to stay off the inside.
Rick Dutrow, the trainer of that one. There is Proud Foot for Linda Rice.
She's got a habit of not getting out of the gate very well, so that's a concern with her.
A little bit of a quirky filly. Here's Bon Adieu.
She's acclaimed by Rudy off a win in a maiden race. I thought she rode a good rail in her last start, and she'd have to improve.
And the other Linda Rice runner, Diamond Collector.
Yeah, I actually prefer this of the two Linda Rice runners. I thought she ran okay last time, and it was an improvement for her.
Speed, Jolly Miss Jill.
She's going to try to wire them at a mile. She has the talent to do it.
And Carapara, who is sticking with the dirt.
Yeah, she's actually taking some money in this race. I don't really see it. I thought she ran an inferior field. I know it was an allowance, New York bred allowance race, but I think this is a tougher field.
That's the field for race 7. You see Bon Adieu breaking post parade. She always does that. As I mentioned, she's quirky. Katie Davis told me last time she just doesn't like to be in line. So she doesn't want to wait. She wants to go off and do her own thing. Remind everybody you can play along with Naira Bets. Use promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. For more on this race 7 field, let's go back to Jonathan.
I got to be honest, Acacia, I don't like waiting in line either. When I'm waiting in line, I just basically continue to tell myself why what I'm waiting in line for is not worth waiting in line. I try to convince myself to go make a choice that would not require me to wait in that line. So, look, I like the 7 and the 8 towards the outside. And I liked the 3 this morning when I woke up. But the way the racetrack's playing, I can't necessarily trust the 3 won't end up down on the inside. Look, I think Manny will try to get off of that spot. I think it's likely or possible that the 3 could get off from the inside. But it's much more likely drawn in there that it could just happen. And at 5-2, I'm going to look elsewhere. That's the 7, Jolly Miss Jill. Has some tactical speed toward the outside. And like Andy mentioned, there's a certain group of riders that rode at some of the smaller racetracks where bias was very, very important. And I feel like they understand it a little bit better. Kendrick starting at Parks and riding down in Louisiana. He's one of those guys that has it figured out. I think he'll keep this horse in the clear. And this horse has tactical speed to be able to do that. And then the 8, Carapara, or Carapara, that Andy mentioned that he wasn't crazy about. I wasn't crazy about either until I saw the way the racetrack was playing. This horse should get a wide trip all the
We apologize for technical difficulties, but Jonathan was talking about Carapara. Hopefully we'll get a chance to check it back in with JK soon. He was talking about the trip that she might pull, Andy, in wanting to be outside and off of the rail. She's run 2 races last time out, winning in an off-the-turf race and then finishing second up close to a slow pace in a scheduled dirt race. Though it was an allowance, it does look like she might be facing a little bit tougher in here.
I think if she stays in the 5-path and the other 7 line up on the rail and never leave it, that'll give her a good chance to win it. Otherwise, she's not for me. But I don't know if Jonathan liked her or didn't.
3-1 tepid favorite. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, just briefly, we're going to talk about the 5, Bonadu, who is giving the handlers and obviously Luis Rivera Honor and the Pony Boy, trouble, and she is quirky. But what I really liked, and this is more about the rider, just the nice, quiet hands for an apprentice Luis Rivera showed and got her to get up into his hands and gallop properly over the gate once she got going forward. And I like riders that are good horsemen as well. And that really showed me something today from this young apprentice who's been impressive in the races. The 6 Diamond Collector continued to impress even more so on the racetrack. And then my top selection will be 7 Jolly Miss Jill. I just love the way she framed up under Kendrick Carmouche. She's got speed. Kendrick is a rider too that is very in tune, pays attention to what's going on with racetracks, and I don't think you'll see him letting her drop down to the fence. She's the speed closest to the outside, and I think she gets into the race the right way, and he can pick his path, which I agree with Andy. I just think you don't want any part of the inside today.
All right, Richie, thank you. We do have to work on Richie's French pronunciation, though.
Yeah, I agree. Even I was embarrassed by that.
But that's okay. But I think he brought up very good points. And you and I were just talking. We saw Luis Rivera Jr. win a race earlier today, represented by Jimmy Riccio. And very excited to be riding here in New York. I think an intelligent young man, a talented young rider, too. And yeah, this is a filly, as I mentioned. She always rakes post race. She's always very difficult on the track and behind the gate. And it takes a quiet rider to get one like that to settle.
Yeah, interestingly, Rudy Rodriguez claimed a horse that's not an easy horse to handle. Maybe he felt he could do something and get her out of those habits. It doesn't seem to be working today, but I agree about him as a rider. I think he's very, very promising. Going to have a terrific winter.
Yeah, looking forward to continuing to follow him and his development here in New York. Has been riding quite a bit at Monmouth. 5-2 favorite right now. The number 6 Diamond Collector, 9-2. 1 of 2 for Linda Rice. You touched on quickly in the post parade, Andy, that this was the one of the 2 Linda Rice horses that you preferred. I agree with you. What did you see about this one?
I just thought she improved getting into Linda's barn, back closer to her better races, and I thought she'd have a good chance to get the right kind of trip in here. I don't love her. I prefer the number 3, all things being equal, but I think she's playable at 5-1 in this race. I didn't have a strong opinion here. And you know, and I'm always reticent to play, especially short-priced horses, when there's a bias like that, because as much as I love Manny Franco, I would say it can be an Achilles heel in his game that he isn't quick to pick up on track biases. And I think it's something he can improve on because he's such a terrific rider. And I think a lot of times the riders here are just so used to the track being fair the vast majority of the time that they're not really paying attention to the biases the way some of the riders are. And when they pop up, they get surprised by them.
An important thing to be watching, to be paying attention to what's happening out on the racetrack and seeing how it's affecting the runners out there. Loading in for race 7 today. There goes the number 1 Freudian apprentice, Maddie Rowland, aboard that one. And she will try to turn things around off a disappointing effort last time out. 2-1 favorite, though. There she is, Morsal, 4th in that last effort. See if she can get a smoother trip and be able to avoid the track bias today. Manny Franco in the saddle. 7th race coming up. And the next race after that will be the feature today for the New York bred fillies, the John Hettinger. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call of race 7, Belmont at the Big A.
We are ready for race 7. And they're off. Bonadu away well. Jolly Miss Jill is right there. Carapara on the far outside. Proud Foot is in between horses and moving up. But it is Jolly Miss Jill who will have the early lead as Proud Foot moves up on the inside to challenge for the lead. And then it is Bonadu who is next in 3rd, followed by Diamond Collector in 4th, Carapara far outside in 5th. Mersal is 6th and moving up a spot. And then comes Freudian, and trailing the field is Dolce Seta. Opening quarter mile in 23 3/5 seconds. It is Proud Foot by a neck. Jolly Miss Jill on the outside is right there in 2nd, and just in behind the duo of Diamond Collector and Bonadu. And then Carapara in the clear on the far outside. Mersal is in 6th, 5 lengths from the lead. Then comes Freudian and Dolce Seta, half mile, 47 seconds. Mersal is now making a move, gaining ground along with Carapara as they go up to challenge Jolly Miss Jill and Proud Foot. Jolly Miss Jill, challenged now by Mersal. Cara Para on the outside as they come for the quarter pole. It's Cara Para and Mersal and Jolly Miss Jill, the three of them across the track for the lead. Cara Para takes the lead. Jolly Miss Jill down at the rail. Mersal is next, followed by Bonadou at the rail and Freudian. It's Cara Para who has the lead. Freudian continues to advance. Mersal is there, down on the inside, Bonadou. Cara Para at 10-1. Photo for second, Bonadou and Mersal.
Number 8, Cara Para gets the win, got that wide trip Jonathan was hoping for, and builds off of those two good last dirt races.
Yeah, I can't make her even looking at the race after the race, but she did get the right kind of trip. But she also won quite convincingly here. The game keeps fooling you. The game will keep you humble. I don't see it at all, but I'm glad for Jimmy Ryerson to get the win, and she got the right outside trip, but she ran today, and clearly an improved effort by her. No excuse for Mersal. She had a very easy trip, and she was a very, very mediocre. I think she got beaten for second by the 5 coming up the fence.
Yeah, number 5, Bonadou, who was a little bit tough to handle early, coming up the inside. She did actually run on for second up the rail late. Cara Para getting the win. Best trip, best performance from this filly by the Factor, who was running on the turf but had good dirt races, and it seems now Jimmy Ryerson has elected to keep her on the dirt, and given that she's a New York bred, and you'll have plenty of options for her throughout the winter as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, people were saying Bonadou getting second, question the rail. Okay, well, Proudfoot was on the rail every step of the way, and she was dead last, beating the city block. I don't think you want to be on the rail. I think Bonadou might have won this race if she had been on the outside. In fact, I believe she would have.
Nice performance, in fact. Some generous prices in the top two, 10-1 over 13-1. It was 8-5-3-1 in race 7, Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churl Spite running on. Mason in front. Churl Spite on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what
to
winning
Idiomatic.
looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
the personal
the
ensign.
classic sire.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. In race 7, it was that wide trip for Cara Para. Turned out to be the right one as she gets the win. $22.20 winner in the 7th. Andy, we've seen some generous prices throughout this sequence.
No, a nice exact, almost $280 there. And I mean, listen, I could not have come close to having this. There's no bet I would be eliminated from it. I think we are on our way to a carryover.
Should be fun. We'll see. Carapara with the win, though. With Dylan Davis in the saddle, he's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Dylan, you got acquainted with Carapara last time. A good second up in Saratoga. Today, just a little bit more off the pace, and she really finished well.
She did, Rich. Yeah, today a little more pace here. She still jumped out of there well. Just got into a good rhythm, a couple lengths back, and then she's just into her own stride down the whole backside, and she ran great today.
You know, watching the races, you know, from this side of the fence, it seems like the inside may not be where you want to be today, so having an outside draw seemed to help. Have you gotten that impression?
Of course, yeah. It was pretty early, like the first week and going into this week, it was inside speed, but it's slowly transitioning. I don't know whether it's the weather or what's going on, but happy to be outside. And thanks to Jimmy, got this filly ready today, and I'm happy I was outside then, so able to get the job done.
Dylan, you put together another terrific year. Let's talk about something that just happened. Carson's run up in Canada, your second Grade 1 victory. That was quite a run for a young colt.
Incredible run. I mean, he's improving every start, and he just put on a performance up there, just sitting at the back of the pack, and just how he's been doing things in the morning and in the races. He doesn't show too much speed, but when I was able to wheel him out, he actually jumped in the bridle before I could even ask him, which was a great feeling. And then I was able to finish him off down to the wire, and every start he's getting better and better, so I'm really excited for his next start.
And now you riding so much for Christophe Comant. That was your second Grade 1 victory, and both came on Christophe Comant trainees. And now you've got Eugenia coming up now in the next race. Her last race was kind of a breakthrough performance. Were you a little bit caught by surprise with the way she finished?
Yeah, being that I've been on her most of her starts, she's kind of one pace. She's kind of on the smaller side of the group of fillies she's running against, and you know, she has to weave through packs, so I was able to just get to the outside in that race at Saratoga, but she's never shown that turn of foot ever in her life, and I mean, maybe she's figuring things out. She's getting stronger, and she's improving as she gets older, but she showed some performance up there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, she had always been a bit one pace, but she really quickened. Are you looking for the same kind of trip, drop out and come with that big run again?
Yeah, you know, the main key is I just don't want to get too much distance from the front. So she has too much to do. And then after that, you know, I work out my trip. She does like to be outside, but I can weave through some of them before I get out there. I just don't want to lose too much ground early, but looking to get outside.
Well, you're riding great. Keep it up, and good luck here with Eugenia. And guys, it's been fun to watch Dylan continue to improve and evolve and become one of the top riders here on the New York circuit.
An easy guy to root for. He works hard and continuing to make big strides and getting bigger opportunities, Andy, in some of the bigger races like Richie was talking about. To be riding consistently in some big races in Saratoga like he does with the caliber of jockeys in that room is no easy feat.
I think when Dylan's riding well, he's a very, very good rider. I sometimes wish he'd be a little more aggressive at times, but I think when Dylan is really focused and riding well, he's an absolutely sensational rider. We're blessed to have a lot of great riders in that room.
As Richie touched on, he's the regular pilot with Eugenia. We'll team up with her as she's not actually the favorite moving on to this 8th race, the John Hettinger. But first, we'll take a look at the late pick 5 follow along. Carapara, a big price, biggest price so far in the sequence. Favorites defeated in the first few races. Speaking of race 8, the John Hettinger coming up. 22 minutes away, mile and an eighth on the turf for the New York bred fillies and mares. Right now, the favorite is Spongy, and you can absolutely consider that she will take a step forward second off the layoff.
Yeah, I like Spongy in here. I'm going to bet against New Gingy and bet doubles with the 1 and 5, particularly pressing on Spongy. I think she'll improve second off the layoff. But listen, I understand. If New Gingy runs her last race, she's going to be tough to beat. She is favored in doubles, so I expect by post time she will be.
John Hettinger coming up, our feature race of the day for New York bred fillies and mares. That's what's coming up next. We'll also talk a little bit about trainer Linda Rice, who's won 5 straight NYRA trainer titles. She's been on a run here in New York, and we're going to keep that momentum going. More on her story after this on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
None above the law to win. Spenderella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA-Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The John Hettinger coming up next, and trainer Linda Rice will be taking over Runaway Rumor, and that horse will make a start for her barn for the first time, for a barn that has really been on a roll here in New York. 5 straight trainer titles on the NYRA circuit, and we'll learn a little bit more about what drives Linda Rice.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a Grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay, guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead. We're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's Double Booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
Linda Rice, the barn has been going great guns here on the NYRA circuit, claiming a lot of horses, Andy, and that's where she wins a lot of races, but also had some very talented horses in stakes company this summer as well.
She is one hell of a horse trainer, and she doesn't have to prove anymore. And she's also extremely thoughtful. She's somebody who comes up with a plan. You didn't see other trainers going to Kentucky and claiming horses, and the first time she went, she got blown out of the water. And you didn't see anybody changing rules when she did that one. You didn't see anybody complaining about her taking horses from Kentucky and claiming when they stunk. In fact, people laughed at her. She was not wrong. She was right. It just didn't work out. But she stuck to it, and it worked better the next time, and then it worked great this year. And then they changed the rules. When you're changing the rules, you're doing something right.
Linda Rice sending out Runaway Rumor in this upcoming 8th race. She said earlier, haven't had this mare very long, but a horse that comes from a tremendous family, homebred from Larry Goichman. She just hasn't run those big races recently.
Well, not only has she not had her very long, judging by her PP, she probably won't have her very long, because this is a barn that goes, this is an ownership group that goes through trainers quite frequently. And the problem with her is, and I get it's frustrating if you're Larry Goichman, he's bred so many good horses. She's from a line of a lot of horses bred. She's probably one of the best flinchers, along with surge capacity, that's ever run. And she was really good earlier in her career, and for whatever reason, she just doesn't seem to have it anymore. But you know in there, she's the best horse in this race on her best race.
See if she can get back to some of those big efforts. For more on the John Hettinger field, though, let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And we're going to start down on the inside with the one, What Love Looks Like. I thought last time when this filly was favored in the Yaddo that she just looked a bit light to me, like, you know, coming off a couple of really strong efforts that maybe it got to her a little bit. She tucked up, but I tell you what, she's kind of turned it around in a big way in less than a month. She's carrying better weight. She just looks a little bit more energetic to me. I really like what I'm seeing from the one, What Love Looks Like. And then, you know, looking a little deeper, you've got to like a horse, you know, physically, and then we talk about, you know, looking at their form. Isn't she supposed to get loose here? I mean, you got Flavien Prat, who's not bashful about seizing control of a race. And I'm kind of curious to get Andy's, you know, opinion on this. I just don't see much pace on in here. I think she might lead these on a merry chase, and I just think she looks better to me, more the way she looks when she's been her best physically, carrying the right kind of weight. The two, Nugenia, she looks great. I mean, she's just a horse that I think has finally really figured the game out and went from a filly that I thought kind of had a little bit of hang in her and a little bit more of a grinding type and was kind of, you know, content to be second or third, to a filly that knows how to finish the deal now. And I think she's learned to really enjoy the game. And then the 5-horse Spongy, she just looks a lot fitter to me than she did last time coming off the layoff. I think the race did her a lot of good. I think she's going to take another step forward, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. The Yaddo, part of that New York Showcase Day throughout the summer in Saratoga. We'll see several horses coming out of there. Nugenia, the winner. What Love Looks Like, though, as you were touching on, Andy, was on top of that hot pace.
I agree. She ran a lot better than it looks in there. And I agree with Richie, she's probably going to be the speed, mostly because Flavien Prat is the kind of rider that looks to take advantage of these paceless races. I think Spongy's faster. I think if Flavien Prat was on Spongy, she'd be in front in this race. But I doubt that Joelle's going to be as aggressive as he probably should be because she's run okay from behind. But I think she'd be better off being forward in this race, and Richie may well be right. There are a lot of questions in here. I love watching the Yaddo. You know, I mean, it's amazing. If you read modern fiction, but not even, you know, fiction over the last 50 or 60 to 100 years, almost every single book in the acknowledgments from major authors, but not even always major authors or up-and-coming authors, they'll thank Yaddo for having spent time at Yaddo.
Amazing. And it was closed for quite a long time under construction. It was so exciting to see it open. Of course, it's right next door to Saratoga Racecourse, and such a beautiful, quiet spot. Next time you're back up in Saratoga, it's a lovely departure from all of the excitement and the hustle and bustle of the track in downtown.
downtown.
And it abuts our property. I mean, it's
Yes.
right on the edge of where the main track is, actually. Philip Roth, one of the, in my opinion, the greatest American writers ever, told me he used to love coming up to Yaddo during racing season so he could go over and enjoy breakfast in the mornings of the track.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that. 9 to 5 on Spongy coming out of the Yaddo. For more, let's head down over to a special guest.
Yeah, I do have a special guest here, Jonathan and Francie. You actually named New Ginia. Tell me how you came up with the name.
Well, it's a land that I have almost, and I just sort of made it up when I was young, and it's just special to me, and yeah, that's sort of all.
So more like Virginia, because sometimes we say Ginia, but it's Ginia.
Yeah.
And how excited are you to see her run the stake today?
I'm really excited.
Okay. And what do you think, guys? She's really kind of learned the game, hasn't she, Jonathan?
Well, we hope that it clicked last time. You know, tonals get better as they get older, and hopefully, fingers crossed, she comes home in front and safe.
Well, guys, I think we're going to see a big performance, and I love that we have Francie here. Who named her?
I love that. Of course, family members of Mr. Evans, owner and breeder of New Ginia, and he had told me at dinner, he said, my granddaughter named this filly, so it's very important that she does well. And there is Mr. Evans on the right, and so I know it's very, very special to him and to the whole family.
That's great.
Yeah.
Makes you want to root for the horse.
Absolutely.
I'll be rooting against her because I bet against her, but it makes me want to root for her as a horse. Sorry, I don't, I mean to spoil a good story, but no, that is a really sweet story. That's nice.
It is. We love getting a chance to see family members get involved. New Ginia, winner of the Yaddo last time out, 5-2 right now. As far as horses who maybe didn't come out of the Yaddo, is there anyone you would give a look at? Their big prices, really the ones rematching out of that race are the key players.
No. I guess out of sight's the better of the two and taking a little money because Irad Ortiz is riding. Sweetie was actually the more interesting one because of how much she improved first time on the grass, but she's not going to come back and play. Now, she only ran 8 days ago, so I can't really blame them for not coming back. But she was the one who stepped forward in here. But it's a tall order to beat all of these horses. They're pretty solid racehorses. I mean, I guess the idea, I mean, she was in the Yaddo, is do you think that Linda Rice can wake up Runaway Rumor? But she's been in good barns, and Linda Rice, for its worth, trainer switch in the turf, she's 3 for 17. It's a small number with a 323 ROI. They were all sprints. In routes, she's 0 for 9 with only 2 hitting the board.
Very interesting. So we'll see. She's 5-1 right now, Runaway Rumor. And, you look back, her last win came in October of 2022, so nearly a year ago in the Ticonderoga when she added blinkers, which had been the suggestion of Flavian Pratt, who rode her prior to that in last year's John Hettinger when she was 3rd. And she ran a few races with Horacio de Paz after that, now moving to Linda Rice. And she's a horse that sometimes, for me, from physical perspective, she doesn't carry her weight well, and you can kind of see she wears her heart on her sleeve when she's going to run one of her better races, but she is a little bit tough to trust with just how she hasn't shown that big kick that she used to have a year or plus ago.
She was terrible last time. She had a very soft trip, just nothing in the stretch. I guess if you want to be optimistic, she ran her best races in the fall last year. Maybe if things get cooler, not that it's really fall right now. It's
very comfortable outside, actually.
Was yesterday the first day of fall?
No, I think it's coming up next week, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's got to be right around the equinox.
This weekend, maybe.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I remember I saw it on my calendar at home.
I thought it was the 21st. I always thought that the season changed to 21st. But I will go to Google and check it out.
Okay, very good. You're going to Google that.
It's the 23rd. Good call by you. Tomorrow.
I was right. Yeah, this weekend. Tomorrow.
Wow, that's late. Okay.
Are you going to go pumpkin picking soon for the first
Only
week
if
of fall?
you come with me.
Well, we are, I'm forcing my husband to go apple picking with me this week, so you're welcome to come join.
Can you take video of that? I think a lot of people would enjoy seeing that,
very
actually.
fun in
I'm sure it
Saratoga.
is. I just think with funny part, not you, it would be Miguel. I think we like to show. Can we get Mitch, can we get like Ernie to come along and tape it?
He's a good husband. He knows it's important to me.
He's going to be complaining the entire time.
Love to wear flannel and go apple picking. Anyway, horses on the track for the John Hettinger. We saw what love looks like go by. New Ginia. Here's Runaway Rumor.
And we'll see if the good Runaway Rumor can show up. If she can win.
5-1 right now. Big price on the number 4, Saratoga Chrome.
Yeah, she's never gotten over that unjust DQ in her turf debut.
9-5 favorite. Here's Spongy.
Yeah, I expect her to go up. I'd like her to go up so I could bet on her. I won't be betting her 9-5, but I like her chances. I like her to be forward.
And Out of Sight.
I like the movie, right? It's the Jennifer Lopez, George Clooney movie.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Elmore Leonard book.
I didn't even put 2 and 2
It's
together.
a good movie. Good people in that.
Yeah.
I'll go pumpkin. I'm going to Saratoga. I'll be in Saratoga the middle of October.
So you can get your pumpkin.
Yeah, I think my mom will have
Apple cider donuts.
Oh yeah,
Those
go
are
out, you go to
good.
that place on 29 right before Schuylerville.
Yes.
That place is great.
They have apple pie.
Yeah, oh, they got great stuff there.
All right, now I'm hungry. You can get a 20% exacta bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. Play the races at Belmont at the Big A, and you can earn a 20% bonus on your exacta winnings. Just opt in at nairabets.com. I hear Jonathan Kinchin is going to help us out with some exactas. But first, I know for a fact Jonathan has been brought apple picking in Saratoga, and he enjoyed it.
Begrudgingly. Yeah. He and Miguel look like they're the same place
Yes.
on that.
I cannot believe you're talking about this right now. I'm hoping that she's not watching upstairs because we're supposed to go Monday, but I'm hoping she would forget. It seems like I'm back. I'm back. But I do like the donuts, though, the apple. I just always need a water. It's very dry. I am going to help with some exactas if I can find them here. I am going to help with some exactas. I really like the one in here. I've always been a huge fan of Nugenia, but I think that what love looks like is really sitting on an advantageous setup. I'm going to do an $8 exacta, 1 with 2-5. I still like Nugenia and Spongy to be involved here. And then I'm going to flip it. Okay, I'll try to wager as efficiently as possible here. I'm going to do a $4 exacta, 2-5 with 1. Essentially, I need the 1 to win the race or run second. I like the 1 to win. I'm going to spend more money on the win end of that. But I do think the 2 and the 5 could run well. If they happen to beat my, with the 1 horse, I still need the 1 to run second. So those would be my 2 exactas. The 1, what love looks like, just looks like they're going to get loose in here. And I think the other situation, Andy kind of touched on it indirectly. When you look back at what happened this summer at Saratoga with all the rain that we had, a lot of the off the turf, horses missing works in the mornings because of the racetrack, so on and so forth, I think that sometimes you can kind of draw lines through some of the performances if you're unsure why they were so bad. And I thought the one, What Love Looks Like, didn't run particularly well last time, but did have back numbers that fit. The last thing I'll say about the 2, Nugenia, is that I actually think shorter is better. It's this myth that horses that have this big late kick want more ground. I'm not convinced that the 9 furlongs isn't going to kind of bring up that thing that we all kind of talked about. Is she a hangy type of horse, Richie? I know you thought she might have been a hangy type of horse. I'm worried at 9 furlongs that she might hang a little bit here.
Well, I think it's a great point that you make, that sometimes stretching it out stretches that run out, and they lose a little of that potency the last part of it. That's a great point to make. But first, you know what love looks like? Love looks like Jonathan, you, JK, taking your wife, Giovannina, apple picking Monday. That's what love looks like, and I like the one, what love looks like. I just think she's going to get loose here, and I think she can control things on the front end, and I think she's going to take a lot of catching here. Listen, Nugenia was very good point by Jonathan about the 1 1/8, and will that kind of mute the potency of that late kick of hers, but she looks great, and the 5 Spongy, I think, is just, kind of primed for a better effort after running second in the Addo off an extended layoff. And guys, tomorrow is the first official full day of autumn.
Well, is that really true, Richie? Because isn't it sometime during the day that officially becomes autumn?
Jody just
2
told
o'clock
us
in the morning.
It was 2:50 a.m. is technically the equinox.
Richie will be up for that. He's
yeah.
feeding the roosters or whatever he does at the farm. 2:50 in the morning.
He's probably up early enough. I'll text you at 2:50 a.m.
Listen,
Make
I'm
sure
up a
you're
lot.
awake.
I could be up reading.
You're probably still up. And,
No. I usually go to sleep by like 12 to 1 somewhere, but I often wake up in the middle of the night and I'll read or something if I can't fall back asleep. or do, well, it's not Saratoga, so they don't have quite as much work to do. So it's like Saratoga, you get up in the middle of the night, you can go back to sleep, you go to work because you got to get it done somehow.
3 horses right now at 2-1, all coming out of the Yaddo, and now actually Nugenia clicking over to 9-5. And it does seem like, you know, it's all about what kind of trip these horses coming out of that race get.
I agree, but I'm glad Jonathan brought up the point of the distance. It's something we neglected to talk about, and he's absolutely right. And he's right about the closer angle. Not to say she can't win, and he wasn't making that point, but sometimes the longer they go, the more it helps speed. A lot of times because the paces are just slower.
And Nugenia typically is one that likes to be off the pace, and we'll see what kind of setup she gets, what kind of trip she gets today. Had a pretty quick pace to close into last time out. We'll see if that could be the case today. What Love looks like could be the one that gets the biggest advantage, being forwardly placed from the inside. Time for the John Hettinger for the New York bred fillies and mares. And, you know, it's so fun, Andy, when we have these stakes races, and especially the big days like the Yaddo took place on for the New York breds, we get a chance to highlight the great breeding programs, the quality of the horses as well, and just seeing the talent that's in there.
No, to say they're just New York breds is silly, because there's plenty of New York breds that have and do and will compete at the highest level. Though the favorite thing for me, at least on New York Bred Showcase days, is that we get to get an interview with Naja.
Naja Thompson.
Though he needs to relax a little bit. We got to get him to let his personality come out in those interviews a little bit more. Right? I mean, he's got a ton of personality, and he's always a little nervous. You should tickle him before it.
Oh, no. You should give him some lessons.
I'm going to speak to him.
Some interview coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Well, New York breds in the spotlight coming up in the John Hettinger up next. Yaddo. Be it that formful race moving forward, we'll soon find out. Here's another New York bred, John and Brielle, with the call.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Spongy quickly away and out for the lead. What Love looks like is right there on the inside. Then Nugenia and Runaway Rumor. Out of sight is in 5th. And trailing the field is Saratoga Chrome. They've straightened away now with What Love looks like. Taking the lead here by a length and a half, by 2 lengths over Spongy. Down at the rail is Nugenia, and alongside is Runaway Rumor. They're right together, 3rd and 4th, with Out of Sight and Saratoga Chrome. The opening quarter mile went in 25 2/5 seconds. They go into the turn. What Love looks like sets the pace here, leads by a length and a half. Spongy sits in 2nd, and then comes Runaway Rumor in 3rd. Nugenia at a steady there a bit down at the rail, has dropped 4 lengths off the lead. Then Out of Sight and Saratoga Chrome. What Love looks like is the leader midway up the back stretch. Now Runaway Rumor makes a move on the outside into 2nd. Spongy is back running in 3rd, the half, 52-1. What Love looks like by a half length. Runaway Rumor on the outside in 2nd. And then it's the trio. Out of Sight, Nugenia. And on the inside, it is Spongy. Saratoga Chrome is at the back of the pack. They begin the run around the far turn. What Love looks like by a neck. Runaway Rumor on the outside in 2nd. Now Nugenia begins to pick it up, and on the far outside, it is Out of Sight. Spongy looks to rally down at the rail, then Saratoga Chrome. Here's Runaway Rumor now to strike the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Spongy is gaining ground on the inside. Nugenia on the outside. It is Runaway Rumor with the lead. Spongy down at the rail, trying to come on through. Runaway Rumor and Spongy. Runaway Rumor has won it by a half length. Spongy was 2nd. Then What Love looks like and Nugenia.
Runaway Rumor. She has the talent, and she ran back to it today, winning the John Hettinger.
Yep. And congratulations to Linda Rice, getting this horse back to running her better race. But the race was won when Jose Lezcano, sensing the super slow pace, decided to put her into position. When he did that, It cost Joel Rosario the race, and I could argue Joel kind of cost himself the race. He was so committed to staying on the rail. He knew how slowly they were going. Had he gone outside and stalked in that situation, Runaway Rumor couldn't have done that and wouldn't have done that. I don't think she would have gone 3 wide to force the pace. And in that situation, Joel would have gotten the jump and likely won the race. But credit Jose Lezcano and also Linda Rice for getting the horse run better, because she was bad last time out. And the slow pace completely compromised the chances of New Guinea. But also, as Jonathan said, she didn't get better with more distance, but the slow pace was really her undoing.
3, 5, 1, 2 in the John Hettinger. Runaway Rumor. This elusive Rumor, this mare, just what she has produced is truly incredible with that family. So many runners in the family as well. And Runaway Rumor picking up another stakes victory, moving up to force the pace that was set by What Love Looks Like, who faded to 3rd. Spongy was chasing, glued to the rail late coming up, and just couldn't catch Runaway Rumor. For Jose Lezcano, who, as we've talked about, just quietly has continued on riding really, really well. Had a strong Saratoga, his 2nd win today, and now picking up the John Hettinger. But a guy, especially on the turf, I think that makes a lot of the right decisions.
I agree, and he sensed the slow pace, and he made the move that Joel should have made on Spongy, and he won the race instead of Spongy because of that move he made. Good ride by him. I'm Joel's biggest fan, as you know, but this was rider error in his part. Overconfidence.
Runaway Rumor with the victory. Jose Lezcano in the saddle, a homebred for Larry Goitschman, mare by Flincher. Now the 5th win of her career. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more from the John Hettinger, our feature stake of the day, after this on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstream, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bats.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. We just saw the John Hettinger, which was won by Runaway Rumor, but we do have an inquiry and objection into the stretch. Second against first. And the green cap on the rail is Spongy. The red cap in the front, the number 3, is Runaway Rumor. And she does come over, Andy. What did you see there?
Oh, she comes over, and Joel has to steady off her right there. You'd have to watch the pan, I think, also to see how badly it affected her. And what I'll say about this is, unless the connections made Joel claim, you almost never see Joel Rosario claim foul.
Yeah.
So if Joel is claiming on his own, he must feel very strongly that he was fouled at a key moment. And I know that you watch the whole stretch run and you don't see a lot happening, but I think there is a case to be made that this horse came over and fouled her at a key moment. Maybe I'm a little biased, but Joel claiming Richie, I never see that.
No, and it was Joel claiming, guys. You can claim with the outrider on the gallop out, and he was still on the horse when the inquiry and the objection went up. So Joel did claim foul. I thought that the winner came down to him. I don't know that he took all his ground. And, you know, right before that, too, Spongy with Joel Rosario kind of went into that area in the gap and then came out back onto the course proper. So it was kind of interesting. I didn't think it was as egregious, but, you know, one room you want to stay out of, well, a couple of rooms, courtroom, operating room, and the steward's room.
I agree with Richie that it's not, let me put it this way, and I'm happy to have Richie come back on this. This is not a foul you see very often, this kind of claim. But I think there's more to it than it happens so briefly. Usually they're more easy to see. I do think, Richie, that a foul was committed here. Whether or not it should come down is not my decision here. But I think there was a foul committed at a key moment.
Yeah, if he went over the line, Andy, I would agree with you. It was a stride. But a stride could make a big difference. Personally, I didn't think it was that much, but I'd have to watch it over a few times myself. I guess, again, when we talk about consistency, it's just I've seen a lot that I would consider worse result in no change. So, but looking at this on its merits, I could see a case either way.
Yeah, I think Richie makes very valid points there. But there was a foul here. And the other thing I'm saying is, just because Joel didn't really stop riding, and, man, I just have been around a long time with Joel Rosario, and I've seen him in situations.
Very rare.
He never
Very
claims.
rare.
He is not a guy that complains. He's not. He takes his beats. This was probably, there is no change. But I think there's more to this than maybe it appears at first glance.
Very rarely will we see Joel Rosario claim foul. In this case against Jose Lezcano, who was aboard. The unofficial winner, as the inquiry and objection sign has been taken down. But I do think, and Richie talks about consistency, we ask for transparency. I do think that it's important, like you said, to call out a foul and for the stewards to take a look at it.
Absolutely, and I don't have a problem with this decision. Obviously, I wish the 3 came down. I don't think that there was necessarily a disqual. I more agree with Richie on that, but I do think this was one that some people might look at and say, what is he claiming about? I disagree with that, and if a guy like Joel Rosario claims, I think you're supposed to take another look because you just don't see him claiming.
As we see Runaway Rumor getting back to the winner's circle as at this Fasig-Tipton winner's circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton. Tremendous November sale coming up, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Owner-breeder Larry Goichman with Runaway Rumor getting the win. Surviving that inquiry and objection, $15.20 winner over Spongy What Love Looks Like and Virginia, as after all, the auto did prove to be quite formful.
Yeah, but this horse really moved forward for Linda, and I give Jose Lezcano a lot of credit. He was the one that really sensed what was going on in the pace, and he did something about it, and that made a huge difference in this race.
First win for Runaway Rumor since October of 2022 when she won the Ticonderoga here at last year's Belmont at the Big AMH. She picks up another stakes victory today. Well, that's what happened in the John Hettinger today as Runaway Rumor. Good to see her get back on track with another win. And we have one more race on the card today, and it is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's a turf sprint in the nightcap and maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Here's a look at the field. Pretty wide open affair, and we'll see who can take to the turf as there's quite a few horses trying it for the first time.
No, this is a really interesting race, and I know that the 5 Reverend Moon ran fine last time, and in some ways is the horse to beat it here, but I feel like first-timers, first time on the grass, could be dangerous in here. So I don't feel like that race was as strong, so strong that you should be afraid to take it first time on the turf, though there's a lot of money coming in on Ridgewood Runner in this race.
Yeah, second-time starter as well. We'll talk more, or first time on the turf, I should say, for Ridgewood Runner for Carlos Martin. More on that Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day in a moment, but back to the John Hettinger. Let's go to Richie with winning owner and breeder.
Yeah, I'm here with Larry Goichman. Mr. Goichman, Runaway Rumor really kind of got back to her better form today. You had to feel pretty confident when you saw her up close to such a slow pace.
Yeah, we felt pretty good about it. I like the distance for her. I thought it was nice that the tracks dried out a little bit. She doesn't appreciate a soggy track, so it was you know, she could handle a mile and an eighth, which was really good today.
As with the vast majority of your horses, this is a homebred. How satisfying is it to, you know, you plan the matings and then you watch them grow up and you name them?
It's a lot of fun. The breeding part is more fun than any part of it. And she's actually, this is one more race for her, and then it's off to the breeding shed. So she's supposed to be sold in the Night of the Stars, and hopefully she'll do well. I have a number of members of her family, so including a dam. So I think we're in pretty good shape.
Well, that's great. Now, you had to sweat out an inquiry, and I know as a former rider, standing here when you've finished first and seeing your number blinking, it's a nerve-wracking time period. How did you feel? Were you fairly confident it'd be okay?
You're never confident until it says it's official. All sorts of things happen. And what one person sees, another person doesn't. But she ran really, really well. You could see in the back stretch, she was saying, I want to go. And he let her. And by the time the top of the stretch says, my race. So it was very satisfying, as you say, especially as a homebred.
Congratulations, well done. And a very practical way to talk about it. Some things you see, other people don't, and you might not see what they see as well.
Runaway Rumor, the winner, though, of the John Hettinger. Congratulations, owner breeder Larry Goitschman. Richie, thank you, as we have one more race to go. Taking a look at the Pick 5 follow along. It's been some big prices. It was a strong pool. We'll see what happens with the Pick 5. And Andy, looks like we'll have a Pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, there's some are 4s to 6, and it feels like around just under $62,300, I believe is the number. I'm looking at the biggest Pick 5 is $20,000 and change.
Nice.
Which is probably a third of the carryover.
Big prices in there for sure. Good luck if you are still alive with your Pick 5 tickets. There's a look, though, at Pretty Mischievous, winner of this year's Kentucky Oaks. Looking for another big win in the Cotillion at Parks this weekend. We'll talk a little bit more about her and the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Coming up this weekend at Parks, Pennsylvania Derby Day will also feature the Grade 1 Cotillion, a mile and a 16th for the 3-year-old fillies. And pretty mischievous, 2-1 on the morning line, Andy, as we saw her winning the Kentucky Oaks, the Acorn. She's stretching back out in distance, and right after the test, Brendan Walsh saying that he was not going to run her short anymore. She's a horse that does prefer a little bit more ground.
Yeah, no, I thought she'd be tough on the turn back, and I know they have her winning, but obviously she wasn't going to finish first in there, and it was a disappointing effort. She gets back to her efforts in either the Kentucky Oaks or the Acorn, and she's a tough horse to beat in this race. I don't disagree, but this Cotillion did not come up easy, and you throw in the fact that it's likely to be a sloppy track. Now, she has won the slop before, but if it's a speedy track, Celia Crusher's going to be tough in that race. I think the Colt's going to run well, but pretty mischievous. She's probably already wrapped up the 3-year-old Eclipse Award a win here in any way you deny it. I mean, I suppose if wet paint or randomized were to win, I'm just having senior moments here, were to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff, they might make an argument for it on the basis of the Breeders' Cup, but I don't see how you deny it a horse that's had the year that she's had.
Would you say, like we touched on earlier with the 3-year-old Colts, where it seems the 3-year-old boys going into the Classic will be a huge players, do you feel like the 3-year-old fillies may be up against it a little bit more in the Distaff division?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Idiomatic's gotten very good. Yep. Hopefully we'll see a better Clairiere in the Breeders' Cup. Nest is okay. I'm still not Nest's biggest fan, but I wouldn't discount her, and she certainly is as good as the 3-year-olds, if not better than them. So I think it's a little bit tougher. The thing about this year with the 3-year-old Colts, 3-year-old Colts are okay, but the older horse division, if White Abarrio is able to duplicate his effort in the Whitney, going a mile and a quarter in the Breeders' Cup Classic, he's probably going to win. But after him, who are you supposed to be afraid of? I know Bright Future's was okay, but he's not exactly scaring anybody, nor is Proxy, nor is Zandon. And it's sort of White Abarrio's race in the Whitney versus the 3-year-olds. And there are some pretty good 3-year-olds out there.
We'll see how it plays out. It'll be fun. Moving on to the World Championships, first week of November. A lot of it will be a big stepping stone this weekend with some of those Grade 1s for the 3-year-old Colts and fillies in Pennsylvania Derby and Cotillion. We have the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, the finale coming up from Belmont at the Big A. 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf. There's a look at Irish Gent, blinkers going on. This Todd Pletcher colt. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BF Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
horse. Our first real partnership was in Curlin, where we had 4 partners in the horse. And he, of course, went on to do spectacular things. I ended up with the majority of him. He was so much fun for all of us to take to the races. So we had a great partnership with Good Magic, with the Edwards family. He was our 2-year-old champion, won the Bluegrass here in Kentucky, and came in second in the Kentucky Derby. And then, of course, a wonderful partnership with 3 of us in Lady Aurelia. We took her to Royal Ascot, and she won a sprint race by 7 lengths, which was very, very exciting, and had a career all over Europe and the United States. We have partnership horses racing as we speak. And we bring a lot to a partnership because we raise the horses often, and we will train them as 2-year-olds. And so we bring that value to our partnerships.
Stone Street Stables, the breeders of the #1 Felterini in this upcoming nightcap. First time getting onto the turf, this colt by Uncle Mo. Not a ton of turf pedigree necessarily in the first generation. Did want to get on the grass in that debut, and we'll see what he does in his second start.
I'm not making big plays against any George Weaver horses. After today's flavor, the way he ran today, that barn just can't be stopped.
Big efforts, and you look at today's flavor, Sacred Wish, horses that he switched to the turf with a lot of success as well. For more on Felterini, let's head down and get a paddock report from Richie.
Hello.
Technical difficulties. Hopefully we will get a chance to hear from Richie shortly, but Andy Felterini, part of an entry, 4-1 right now. The favoritism has actually shifted over to Apollo 10, who's trying the turf for the first time, does have turf pedigree.
Yeah, on the other hand, while I picked the 10 in this race over the 3, I was going to take Apollo 10. I sort of flipped a coin with them. There's a big pedigree as a half-to-bay Baystorm, who's a very nice turf sprinter. Cantheros, this is when you get a Violence. There's plenty of turf in this horse's pedigree, top and bottom. I think he's probably going to be tough the way he's bet. They must like him.
Now we'll head back to Richie. Take 2. Try this again.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll start with the 1 horse, Feltrinelli, who is starting towards the middle of the field, the son of Uncle Mo, George Weaver. This horse is built like a turf horse, was meant for the turf first time, ran extremely well in the mud, but getting on the surface more preferred. I wonder about the turn back a little bit to 6. This horse ran so well on a slow pace in the mud. I just, looking from a physical perspective, I'm not sold that 6 is going to be the perfect distance for this horse. It feels like, you know, as they stretch on further, but I do think the surface is certainly correct. The 3, Apollo 10, also a horse, I think, getting on the right surface. The mare, Stormy Regatta, was a stakes winner. He's a half-to-bay Storm, also a stakes winner on turf. And I'm seeing more of a turf meant runner here. Apollo 10 was a little bit vocal, a little bit studdish. He's got cotton in his ears, but he looks like he's settled in pretty nicely now, and a really attractive individual. We'll go towards the outside now. The 8-horse Irish Gent ran well on debut. I like how focused this horse is, gets blinkers today, and just looks like a horse that the race did a lot of good for, makes a lot of sense. And the 11, Migratory, well, actually Migratory, just playing there. This horse is out of a graded stakes winning mare, turf sprinting, earned over $1.5 million, and a nice looking individual. Has had the opportunity to work on the turf up in Saratoga, and I think this horse has got a real look. The 11, Migratory, probably be better for a run, but I'm liking what I'm seeing here in the paddock.
All right, Richie, he finds a... well, mega opportunity anywhere he can. Migratory.
That was shameless.
for Phil Antonacci, who had a good summer, by the way, and some first-time starters, maybe not necessarily winning, but running well and being ready, son of Curlin. And as you were touching on, too, when you look at the pedigree, this one sold at Keelan as a yearling. The dam actually was quite good in Australia.
Yeah, she won like $1.6 million. So, and these Australian turf sprinters are often very, very good. I think a lot of the best turf sprinters come from Australia and the Far East. It's one area where, in general, Europeans don't have a real advantage.
Very true. Horses. As far as the turf sprinters, that's for sure. Christophe Clement has two. Also has Reverend Moon, excuse me. Tough beat for the son of Omaha Beach last time out. Looked like he was home and was run down by Sigali. It was a big price in that effort. Irish Gent was third in this race.
Sigali was actually too big a price in there. Got a pretty good trip. It was close to a pace that kind of fell apart. There's some people I know that I respect think the rail was not the place to be. I got to review this on September 1st on the Mellon, and the 8 Irish Gent was third. Spent a lot of time on the rail while this horse was off the rail. And are you familiar with Reverend Moon? Or is that before your time?
I'm not.
Son Young Moon. He was. They used to have those mass weddings in in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And when they had the writers, the newspaper strike going back in the late 70s, they had that newspaper. And I remember Marty Blum, who was an original winner of Harvey Pack's contest, was the handicapper for that paper.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
I got a lot of good useless information in here.
Usually I'm the one coming up with the useless information about the names.
Yeah.
I like it. Are you going to be watching Hoosier tonight?
No comment.
You're
I'm going to be finishing my book.
Greg Wolf
I'm finishing
Paul Verderosa?
I'm finishing Mr. Texas.
They're going to be on tonight along with Jessica Otten and Gabe Pruitt for racing from Hoosier Park. Harness racing tonight from 8 to 11. We hope that you'll tune in. We had a lot of fun covering the Little Brown Jug yesterday. Taking a look at the field for the Trotting Classic. A lot of the same drivers that you saw if you watched the show yesterday with the Little Brown Jug. They're over at Hoosier today. And we'll see. It's Academic. I think even you might be familiar with that horse's name. Andy, he's a horse that has been very, very good recently.
Well, there used to be a thoroughbred that Louis Barrera trained named It's Academic. I think the E and the A there was like a switch of letters, but I think it was It's Academic.
Meeting the field for the Nightcap, Feltrinelli, bred by Stone Street Stables.
I think this is probably the stronger half, but the 1A is a firster that gets in as well, Mitoli.
And here is Astraeus. This one, first-time starter for Danny Gargan.
We'll see. I think that's a potentially formal entry more because the
first time on the turf for Awesome for sure.
Yeah, there's just really not a lot of pedigree. The dam won on the turf, but she was better on the dirt.
There is pedigree for Apollo 10.
There is, and they're betting it like they expect this one to run. I won't be surprised if they're right.
First time on the turf for Ridgewood Runner.
Yeah, I had wrong odds earlier. This horse that I saw, this horse is not taking a lot of money for some of the grass. There is turf if you go back on the dam side quite a bit.
Did work 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale as well. Here's Reverend Moon, just beat last time.
Yeah, he had his chance, but they're betting more on the other Clement one without experience.
Big price on Dangerous Driver, who's cutting back in distance. Here is the 8 Irish Gent.
Yeah, and if you want to bet a horse that was on the rail in the first race, this horse did spend a lot of time on the inside.
Sold at the Goff's yearling sale for about $480,000. Here's Get Ready to Rock.
Yeah, this horse is a little tough to take, cutting back in distance.
Prospero, first-time starter for Jorge Abreu.
I guess with this one, the dam is after Midday, who was a very nice turf runner for Judd Monton. Just feel like Jorge Abreu was very good with his 2-year-old firsters and turf sprints.
Migratory, first-time starter.
There is some turf pedigree on this one. I'm not taking any money, though.
And second-time starter, Financial District, debuted at Colonial.
Yeah, and that did not really do much running overall. Would have to improve.
Well, for more Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with the 8 in here, Irish Gent, for a couple of reasons. Andy mentioned was down on the rail, which on a turf course listed as good, considering all the rain we saw this summer. I think that is something to keep an eye on. Sometimes those inside parts of the racetrack can be a little bit more boggy. But also, the fact that this horse, as a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, took a little bit of money that day. I wouldn't call that a lot of money for a Todd Pletcher firster at Saratoga, but took a
Apologies again. Jonathan, it's just, we keep trying to get his insight in here, and I don't know, something that the universe is giving us a tough time. But Jonathan's top selection will be the number 8 Irish Gent. Apologies for those technical difficulties. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from JK soon. But Irish Gent getting a big warm-up right now from Irad Ortiz, and certainly blinkers on, could take a step forward.
Yeah, no, I use this horse defensively because of that rail situation. You're just never taking, you're always taking the worst fit with Irad. You just are. They're just always, I mean, you get a good ride because the guy's a great rider, but from a mutual standpoint, his horses always seem to be taking a little bit too much money.
For more, let's go back to Richie Trackside, getting a good look at these warm-ups.
Yeah, and everything I liked about Apollo 10, the 3-horse, I liked even more on the racetrack. He really settled in, got very focused. We're in the paddock, like I said, he was a little bit studdish and a little bit, you know, talkative. I just liked the way he kind of locked in and was much better on the racetrack. And he is taking money. I think it's meaningful, but he really looks like he's turf, man. I think that Apollo 10, he is my top selection, should really appreciate getting on the grass. And then a horse that didn't catch my eye in the paddock, but really cropped up and caught my attention was the 1A Asturias, if I'm saying that properly. Really striking son of Matoli, and Matoli has thrown a few winners on the turf with a small sampling, but this horse framed up beautifully on the racetrack and made a really nice impression. I'm sure that the other part of the entry, the 1 horse from the George Weaver barn, Feltrinelli, is taking the majority of the money, and that's why they're 9-2, but this guy might be a really good backup plan or insurance, if you will.
All right, Richie, thank you. Let's try this again. Let's go back to Jonathan.
Yeah, well, basically, I was going to pick the 8, so you already heard all that part. And 5-2 now. Not crazy about that, but I think this horse is going to run well based off of that first race. I do want to talk a little bit about the 10 Prospero, though. Jorge Abreu is so good with first-time starters. In his career, he's 20% with first-time starters, compared to a Todd Pletcher, who's 21% in his career, or a Christophe Clement, 16% in his career. These horses always seem to run well for Jorge first time out. He knows how to get one fit and knows how to get one ready to run. And you get Flavien Prat as well. I'm just not crazy about the fact this horse is taking not a lot of money. He's 9-1 on the board. But I do think a horse that's very, very useful underneath in tries and exactas.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. 9-1 on this horse right now. Still taking a lot of money is the number 3, Apollo 10. And Andy, you had actually jolted my memory asking about the name Apollo 10 for those not familiar. Basically, it's the mission, the test drive before Apollo 11, which was the one that put a man on the moon. So Apollo 10 mission did everything except land on the moon, and arguably one of the most important missions because they made sure that everything would be possible, but they didn't get any of the fanfare. And Everett Dobson of Cheyenne Stables, who owns this horse, knew Tom Stafford, one of the astronauts on that mission, and he said he wanted to highlight it because of its importance in history without getting a lot of the fanfare.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like Everett a lot.
He's
good
a great
man.
guy.
Yeah, he really is.
Great guy, but pretty cool name.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's a good story.
I always like hearing the story. So there you go. You had a story about the name, and I had one as well.
There you
So
go.
I contributed
You've
something.
had a lot. You've contributed. Don't tell yourself short. You had the New Guinea story. You beat them to beat us the punch on that one as well. I like that. But this is a fun race coming up. I always enjoy these races, and they're good races to watch, to see for trips going forward. And it feels like this one might be okay. But, I mean, I'm a little surprised the 8, even with Irad, is 5-2 here. Not that he's not a player in here by any stretch. Just an awfully short price to be taking here, especially in such a big field.
Pretty wide open, and a lot of horses trying the turf for the first
Right.
time. See how they handle it. Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day to wrap up the day in style. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Riders off, number 11, Migratory behind the gate. Migratory moves in, and jockey Jose Ortiz will now get back aboard. So we're waiting for Financial District and Estrellas. And now we're set to go for race 9. And they're off. And out for the lead is Reverend Moon, quickly joined there by Irish Gent. And down at the rail is Apollo 10 and Feltrinelli. It's Irish Gent with the lead. And Feltrinelli runs in second. Apollo 10 is right alongside in third. Reverend Moon is next in fourth. Ridgewood Runner is in fifth. Get Ready to Rock on the outside in sixth. Awesome for Sure at the rail in seventh. Estrellas is next in eighth, followed by Prospero in ninth. Then comes Financial District in 10th, followed by Dangerous Driver in 11th. And way back in the field is a Migratory in 12th. The quarter went in 22 seconds. Irish Gent has the lead coming for the top of the stretch. Apollo 10, Feltrinelli gaining ground, second and third. Here comes Apollo 10 in between horses. On the outside is Feltrinelli. Irish Gent is down at the rail. And then comes Reverend Moon. It is Apollo 10 who has come away with the lead. Irish Gent at the rail is in second. As they come on for the finish, it is Apollo 10 to break his maiden here on the turf. Irish Gent was second, and then Feltrinelli and Reverend Moon.
Apollo 10 wins his turf debut, took a lot of attention, ran to that pedigree and able to run down the loose on the lead. Irish Gent.
Yeah, no, he ran very well in here because Irish Gent ran. It's not like Irish Gent didn't fight back, but got a very, very good trip under Manny, a very confident ride, and ran to the money he took. A very nice effort by this runner.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift bred Feltrinelli checking in third in there as well. But the number 3 Apollo 10 victorious. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
Yeah, these are nice horses. This is a good race. And I think, you know, when you look at how the 5 finishing third, because the 8, and I think the 8 helps confirm that notion of the dead rail on September 1st, because the 8 had run well first time out, and these horses easily put distance because they're just better horses. And no knock on the 5 Reverend Moon. This is a better horse, a nice horse. We'll hear more from Apollo 10.
Apollo 10 with a nice win. You can check out Naira Bets for the final prices and results as we'll be stepping off for today's show. Andy, it was fun as always. We saw some nice performances today.
We did, and I enjoyed spending some time with you for the first time.
A while, I know.
Way too long.
They've been keeping us separated.
They have. It's not right.
Thanks very much for joining us on today's edition of America's Day at the Races. But please note, we're not done yet, as Greg Wolf, Paul Vederosa, Jessica Otten, and Gabe Pruitt will be back for some harness racing action a little bit later on at 8 p.m. But we appreciate you joining us. It was a lot of fun. As always, check out Naira Bets for prices from the nightcap as Runaway Rumor survived the inquiry and objection to win today's John Hettinger, getting back to some of those big races previously in her career. Thanks for joining us. As always, be sure to tune in tonight starting at 8 p.m. for our next show coverage of Hoosier Park. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races.